Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Hello. I've had quite the morning, so I'm just ready to sit back and watch some games of StarCraft 2. Hopefully you guys are excited to join us, as we're going to be doing Goblin versus Demi as our first match of the day, kicking off the 33rd edition of the WardiTV Monday Cups. So I'll be getting this underway shortly, and into some StarCraft. Hello everyone, thank you for joining us early. So yeah, hope everyone's doing well, hope everyone is feeling good as we get ourselves ready to rumble in our opening matchup. Gonna be a bit of a weird bracket today. There's no hero and there's no Clem, so we've actually got ourselves a very different bracket. Obviously Max Packs will come in as the #1 seed, but we will have a rare non-hero and Clem challenger in the finals, guaranteed from the very start. That part is what's crazy, is that we're just guaranteed that from the start. Is obviously not necessarily always the case, so yeah, that's it's gonna be wild. Can someone upset Max Packs today to be one of the rare times a non-Clem hero or Max Packs winner comes through of the WardiTV Mondays? We'll be finding out shortly. Again, appreciate you all being here nice and early as we're just getting started, but appreciate you guys. Would I get paid more for viewing from YouTube or Twitch? Honestly, mate, it's probably... Yeah, I will just say this every time. Watch wherever is best for you. Watch wherever you enjoy watching. It's not about what makes me more money. It's about what makes you want to come back and watch more in the future. They both have their benefits. They both have their differences. I run more ads on Twitch, so I get more ad revenue off Twitch probably from a single person, but if you like watching on YouTube, watch on YouTube. It's a good platform, and YouTube is good to have growth on as well, so like I said, there's just benefits all around. As we, oops. Party invite, went to join game. Solid start. Already misclicking. So yeah, I will always just say watch, support, and however, as you know, whatever is best for you. Don't worry about the minor details on my side. The reason we stream on YouTube and Twitch is because it makes it much more accessible. Like I say, it's not necessary to make more money and stuff. It's just more accessible, more easy for people to watch. That's always enjoyable. Players are ready. I'm going to start counting down into this PvZ to start the day off with Goblin versus Demi. Don't see too much of Goblin nowadays, so it'll be fun to see a little bit of his action as we get into this Protoss versus Zerg on Killer's Mile for the opening map. We'll probably have a little bit of a WardiTV map pool shift after this week, so keeping that in mind. As we have ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player is Goblin. He takes on the blue Zerg in the top right corner of the map, Demi. I haven't seen Demi lately. I haven't cast him too much, at least. He's a player that's always been kind of around and playing in the tournaments, just... Yeah, I've not seen his name as often lately. I've not seen him in as many events, so... Yeah, we'll see how it goes. For him here today, he'll definitely come in as a little bit of an underdog against Goblin as we get this CVP underway. Haven't seen Wayne in a while. Yeah, Wayne signed up today as well. Should also be kind of cool. See how he does. Few players that I'm just haven't seen as much lately, so it'll be nice to kind of get a catch up on them and see how they're performing. See what today's results may give us. You can't watch on Twitch on the moment. The last week you just never load streams. Damn, that sucks. Hopefully it gets better for you soon. Yeah, it is an interesting topic. Like, is it better to watch on Twitch or YouTube? But I think it's just, again, it really comes down to just whatever is good for the the viewer. Like, some people like the features on YouTube, some people like the community that we have on Twitch. You know. So yeah, I would say definitely a very much so just kind of a personal choice thing. Which is nice though, that we can actually provide a choice and so on. I'm waiting for someone to show up one day and be like, Wardy, you know, I'd really love to watch your streams, but I only consume content via TikTok. Please, can you TikTok stream? And I'm just like, Someone suggested I do this to latch on to the new audience, and I'm just like, if there's a StarCraft 2 audience on TikTok, I will have my mind blown. Like, this would be the most baffling thing to me of all time. Like, maybe there's a StarCraft 2 audience on TikTok in the sense of, like, someone will watch some short videos and some clips and stuff, but, like, who sits down and watches a stream on TikTok? Is that like that? Is that a real thing? Apparently it is a real thing, but, like, I have to ask myself, is that a real thing? It's crazy. StarCraft 2 is older than your average TikTok user. That's probably a true fact. Yeah, no, it's actually, yeah, this is really baffling when someone suggested this to me. I was like, surely this must be some kind of a joke. As you have an adept is going to go shading out across the map, so Goblin going to bring that out and start looking for some potential damage here in these early stages on Killer's Mile. Obviously poke around, trying to get some damage done. The probe is going to start coming back home, so it has done its thing of just keeping an eye on things, keeping a check on everything in the early stages, and then going from there. How's everyone doing today then? Did everyone have a good weekend? Is anyone doing anything exciting this week? Let's have our Monday morning catch-up, guys, while we wait for this game to develop. It's Goblin. There's a very high chance that this turns into either a very aggressive Blink Stalker play or a very long, drawn-out Sky Toss play. That's my two predictions coming in, so I'll prepare for the worst and start asking the questions now in case it's 10 minutes of building into Sky Toss. But yeah, it was a fun weekend for us. Obviously, we wrapped up the WardiTV Spring Championship, our first WardiTV major event of the year. And excited for more in the future, of course. May is going to be a little bit of a quieter month from us just because there are a lot of other events going on in May and so on, and into June as well, honestly. So we'll have a little bit of a quieter time, especially I just need a week or two after Spring Championship to get caught up on admin work and so on before we run anything larger. We will probably still run a WardiTV tournament this month, just like WardiTV May, $1,000 or something. Just one of the smaller prize pool events for people to participate in. But generally, we're going to be a little bit quieter from our own tournaments this month. And then obviously we are building up into all of that WardiTV 2025 series action. If you missed the announcement of that, you can ! 2025 in Twitch and YouTube chats. It will give you the link to our crowdfunding page. The crowdfunding page, even if you don't want to help the crowdfunding, does also have just information on the 2025 series, such as the tournaments it's going to involve, kind of the idea of what we're trying to achieve and what we're going to be doing. But TLDR, we're going to be running at least 4 major tournaments into a championship at the end of the year. And we have already guaranteed $25,000 of prize money. We've already crowdfunded $5,000 additional dollars of prize money as well over the first 2 days of it being announced. So do go and check that out on that Indiegogo page. Let's keep the momentum going with the support if you feel like you want to support the WardiTV 2025 series in our upcoming tournaments. That's Ghostface. Thank you so much for the 49-month resub on the Prime. About to leave for work. Had a half day, but for the morning only. Oh, sad. I should have come live even sooner. I'd known there were people within needs of StarCraft. We should just move the Mondays forward a little bit. Oh, unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Yeah, 4 credit tests this week. Is that considered exciting? Yeah, of course. Good luck. Don't watch too much StarCraft. Make sure you do your preparations. Do my kid and watch all the StarCraft. I remember back when I had, back the last time I had to do exams and stuff at university, and I always had, what's that? Gonna get caught. I always had this big issue of just like, I guess like I was mostly just streaming back then, but like watching StarCraft was such a problem for me. I was like, I always wanted to just watch StarCraft, and there would be like something on and just be like, I can't watch it because I need to study, and it was just really difficult. I was like, oh my god. And then I was like, oh, I really want to cast a tournament, or I want to run my tournament. It's like this freaking exams, and then exams would end, and I'd be like, okay, it's time to launch the big WardiTV tournament of the year. Well, it wasn't called WardiTV back then, it was SC2 Improve. I was like, it's time to launch my new thing. It's like SC2 Improve Team League Season 3. It's like, yes, this is it. It's going to wrap around. Final one goes down, a couple stalkers will hit, the oracles go flying across. And Hydroden coming up on the side of Demi. The few Zerglings just out the front for a little bit as well. As you do see our +1 and Blink still coming through. A couple of gateways coming up from Goblin as well. And that all settled into play for the moment as the oracles pull back over to that right-hand side. The additional Zerglings out into the center. And Muscular Augments coming through, giving that Hydroden a purpose. As Goblin just heads into the Temple Archives, +1 armor as well. As he continues with his forge upgrades fairly swiftly in this game. Get that all going. And all those Hydras coming out from Demi. That Temple Archive is going to be necessary then. Get some splash damage up against those Hydralisks. Right now we're just working on Stalkers. And obviously Charge on the way as well. So Stalker Zealot on the way through. But some splash damage against these units would go a long way to help out. So thank you, Pulsar. WardiTV 2025. Let's go. Thank you so much for the £4 donation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you guys do want to support without going through the Indiegogo page as well, obviously if you just write a donation that's for WardiTV 2025, we will add that into the WardiTV 2025 prize money pot, so that will account just the same if that interests anybody too. As our Lings and Hydras come chasing across, the Stalkers have to go stepping back and just stepping away from there immediately and just trying to get a little bit of a safe distance between themselves. As the Storm and the Armor upgrade still coming through, 2 more cannons on the way, the next is coming up on the forward 4th base. We get that started as well as the Dark Stalker warps in on the low ground, and these Stalkers are still trying to kite backwards. The Hydras get caught in another stasis, which is lovely. Anytime you're slowing down those Hydras, it's going to be pretty much a big positive for you. And as those fuelings force the Stalkers to step back as well. The stasis ward catching. I mean, is Demi just going to send it here on Ling Hydra? As soon as we get to Storm, this army composition is going to be so much worse. Fortunately for Demi, Storm's not quite done yet, but I'm not sure he's going to make it across the map before that's the case, so... yeah. Stalkers and the Oracle still moving through, the Hydra Ling stepping forward as well. In we go. Oracles going to be coming about. We are going to be seeing those Hydras continue to chase. The Stalker still taking some damage. Oh, Stasis Ward is very good once again. Goblin's had some really good Stasis Wards throughout this start of this game. And he's going to come chasing forward. I love how confident he blinked as well. He was like, he knew that Stasis Ward was just about to be walked straight into, and he was immediately there, blinked straight forward and said, nuh-uh, you don't get away with that. Instantly comes in to punish it. As the rest of the Stalker comes around, Overlord going down, the extra Hydra's coming about. A couple of those cannons will continue up as well. We're just going to see a few more of these Hydras continue to drop off. Still seeing the Stalkers blinking after them, trying to get a little bit of a catch as the Hydras come back the other way. High Templar showing up, obviously with, I mean, we've been kind of winning this without the Storms. Now the Storms are available, and become even more one-sided. You can just see these Hydras are not accompanied by enough stuff. Demi going to say GG as the Storms start to fly. And Demi says the best answer to that is an umbrella made out of GGs. And we will have ourselves a Game 1 victory going the way of Goblin, who pretty comfortably and confidently kind of handled that whole situation without too much of a problem. So GG's, and into Game 2 here in a few moments' time as we make our way through the early maps of the day, the start of this 33rd edition of the WardiTV Mondays. We don't currently actually have confirmed funding for WardiTV Mondays next month, but I just have to double check with people that they still want to run it. But we should still have some level of WardiTV Mondays no matter what. I think it's a very good constant right now. Just want to try and make sure that we still have like $400 a week if possible. So yeah, just a little idea on that one as we'll take a few moments and get ready to go into this next matchup, which will be Game 2 of Goblin versus Demi. So second map here in a moment or two, working our way through the early stages. There's actually quite a lot of cool matchups happening today, just a few of them are going to be a bit deeper in the bracket, so a few of them will come a bit further on. First round was actually a little bit kind of light in my eyes in terms of what we could maybe have covered, so this I still think is a pretty fun one, as Goblin does take the first map. Winner of this would move on through to play against, winner of this would play against Creator, actually, so that's a pretty fun next matchup, but we might be able to start mixing the matchups up. If possible, I would like to avoid PvPs, because the more PvPs we avoid, I feel like the better a day we're going to end up having, so... just because I do think there's potential for a lot of PvPs later as well, especially, so... yeah. Is Hero not playing today? Nope, no Hero. He is not signed up. Not sure what he's up to. I know it was, I think it's GSL Qualifier photo shoot day today, so some of the guys who maybe live a bit further away, or maybe they make plans after the Qualifier photo shoot, or sorry, the GSL photo shoot, after that they maybe make plans to go out and eat and stuff, so... a bunch of them might just be taking this Monday off because of that. I mean, I say because some players in the GSL are playing today, so yeah, it's probably just a case of some people decided to do something extra after, some people decided just to come back home and play StarCraft. So yeah. What's up, Booyah for all 27-month resub? Another donation for the Ellie Toy Fund. I hope she has a full chest at this point. Ellie has 4 full baskets of toys sprinkled around the house so that she has access to toys wherever she goes. And she also has, this morning, because she's been to the groomers this morning, she has now got a new toy. She gets a new toy, she picks one out every time she goes. So today she picked out a big bee, which has crinkly wings and a big hard chewy thing as its stinger. So, yeah. She's having the day of her life. Even better, she didn't just go to the groomers, she went to the groomers with her best friend Scout, who's my parents' dog. So she's just been hanging out with her bestie, getting her hair done, you know. She's just been having the time of her life today. Now she's got a new toy. She is locked downstairs right now because the decorator's still here this week, so but she's living her best life. And yeah, she has more than just full baskets of toys. She's got toy baskets to the point where we actually took some of her toys away and hid them, and then in like a few months we're going to rotate them out with other toys, because there's just no way she can have as many toys in all of her baskets right now. Totally not spoiled. Oh, she is spoiled rotten. Honestly, she lives a better life than I do. I sit here, you know, having to stream away and slave away at StarCraft streams all day. You know, here's me giving my, you know, selling out for Twitch Primes for the 25th time in the last 30 hours. You know, oh, please, guys. I need your Prime sub, you know, begging away, and meanwhile she's just like upside down. She's taking a pick of the toys today. Whoa, treats, yep, we'll take those. Oh, don't feel, you know, oh my god, I've snapped a claw. Take me to the vets, please. You know, like she lives the life of, well, the life of a dog, I guess. The life of a well-loved dog. Not a concern in the world for her. Who's Goblin? Goblin's a Croatian Protoss player, has been around in the European scene for a long time, pretty significant player. If you've watched StarCraft 2 for... I would say most people should be familiar with Goblin. Like, this is not an unknown name in the European scene, has made it to multiple European kind of regionals. You know, a playoff contender, obviously not quite a, you know, the player who's pushing towards the title of champion or so in those events, but a contender that can make the playoffs. He's always going to be a little bit of a threat in tournaments. It's fun to see him. He's the sort of player I'd love to have more in my events, but I never know when he's really playing, and also, we have so many Protoss players anyway that when it comes to inviting Protoss players, it's very difficult to invite Protoss players, because obviously there's just always already so many Protoss players, so playing Protoss really sucks if you want to just get invited to tourneys. You pretty much always have to try and qualify, because if not, there's just probably like 4 of the Protoss players, at the very least, if not more, that try to qualify that will then probably get an invite from me before you do, so... Unfortunately, playing Protoss is the tougher route in this day and age of StarCraft 2. Token Lead up gathering together. Haven't had much going on the map, have we? Nothing lost. A few lings are like, where are your units at, bro? What's going on? What's up, Shemsy? 81-month resub. Appreciate it, mate. Lesson learned, don't play Protoss. Yeah, don't play Protoss in this meta. You might think it's good because it's easy and you can 1A click your opponent down, but you actually don't get to play in anything because there's already too many Protoss players. Those other guys that can 1A click better than you, yeah, they're going to get invited first, unfortunately. Now, if you play Zerg, we do have some openings for Zergs in our tournament. The current requirements for a Zerg player to be invited to a WardiTV tournament is if you have a heartbeat, and if you can move the mouse to join the lobby. If you can do that, you're currently qualified to play Zerg in a WardiTV tournament, because my goodness, there are no Zerg players that will play tournaments right now. So yeah, you know, all we need is for you to be able to join the lobby, and that will be more Zerg action than we're getting otherwise, so... The second one was too hard, yeah, I know. Feelings gathering about, plus one and Blink coming through. On the Forge and the Twilight Council, we do have the feelings going to go after the Stalker and the Warlock, so just going to start nibbling through there. A couple of Oracles are going to fly across and over, trying to say hello, see what's up. And just going to defend against those first few Zerglings without too much of an issue at all. So yeah, that plus one, the Blink coming up, the melee upgrade coming through, had an Overlord on in there. The rest of the Zerglings going to gather as well back down to the bottom left-hand side. And yeah, some additional gateways coming about right here. As you see the hatchery coming up on the bottom side on the 6 o'clock to get that going as well. Yeah, +1 blink building up, the gateways coming through. I guess a couple more gates coming straight down. We'll just get set up with a lot of gateways with that blink play, and I would not be surprised if Goblin made an attempt of trying to be aggressive with the Stalkers, although that may be tough, as we do have the melee upgrade finishing fairly shortly. Pretty passive, right? Like, it really has been just very quiet and calm so far in this game. Much more chill than I thought. Just gonna be seeing the Stalkers and the Oracles continue to gather about as well. +1 blink coming through. The battery and the cannon coming online. Hydrogen and infestation bit coming through as well. Charging armor upgrade coming through. The infestation bit about to finish. Evo chamber, Lings, and a +2 melee upgrade coming about as well. Stalkers and Oracles work their way back through the center over to that right side currently. A couple of creep humans getting knocked down. The Queens are going to get picked away at. The Lings are going to come running through, and the stasis wards dropping into place as we speak. All of those Lings continue to get nipped away at there. So obviously, like I say, these Stalkers starting to pressure, starting to come straight through. So we'll just fight again. A few of those Lings already getting knocked down, and that's why you're just testing Demi to see if he's truly got enough to kind of stand up in this game, or if he's going to be able to kind of hold off against these Stalkers at all. Stasis ward's obviously still set. We get that +1 armor and that charge coming through as well, still bringing that on into play. Step back, obviously. Ooh, a little bit of a different play. Fleet Beacon on the way from Goblin. Rather than going into that Temple Archives and so on as a follow-up here, just going to start just looking towards, maybe going in toward the, yeah, maybe going in towards, like, just some earlier Tempest and so, just get that air play set up. Let's see melee, Groove Spine's coming about, Hydras and Lings still building, that Hive coming up as well, so we continue to bring that all into play. Hydras going to get jumped on as the Stalkers just blink through. It does look as though Goblin is going to have enough to maybe just take a pretty confident win. And he is going to take a 2-0 to start off the day. Our first round of the WardiTV Mondays will go the way of Goblin here on the stream. Obviously, plenty of other games going on, guys. We'll be hopping into something in a few moments. What could we maybe go for? I kind of like to see ByuN versus Lemon. That could be pretty cool on the Korean server, maybe. I'm just trying to find something that's not PvP. So I'm kind of thinking maybe ByuN versus Lemon if Lemon and S-Tech finish soon. I don't think that should take too long. I think that might be our best chance of some non-Protoss versus Protoss in the round of 16. So Showtime's probably going to be a play PvP. Raiders playing PvP. Solo would play Nice or Strange. That would also be a fairly reasonable matchup to jump into. Classic will be playing PvP. Awesome Spirit in the round of 16 as well. If those guys finish soon, we could maybe go into that. So we've got some options basically as to where we could go and what we could do. So we'll be trying to figure that out, and hopefully, fingers crossed, in the coming moments, we'll be able to kick off into that action as well. So we've got that all underway. We get this started up, ready to resume into more games, guys. So I'm just going to run some ads, just because it helps us to obviously not have to run them in between the games as much, because we will have some downtime here anyways. You're just going to see me sitting around trying to figure out our match for a little while, so just give that a few moments. ByuN, yes. Yeah, I think the ByuN match would be cool too. Lenin's always a fun play, and we might get to see ByuN Showtime again. I feel like ByuN Showtime has been really fun every time I've cast it lately, so that could be a fun round of 8 matchup it just leads us into as well. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. How's everyone feeling again? Hope you're all doing good. Welcome to stream. Bit of a different WardiTV Monday today, as unfortunately there's some tournaments clashing with us, so if I'd known I would have probably just cancelled it today, because it's never really ideal for us to overlap with tournaments to try and make the most out of every one of these events, so it would have been maybe smarter just to save it, but I I actually thought of all the tournaments that get overlapped with and get clashed with. I really thought that the WardiTV Mondays would be kind of fine, because I feel like no one runs anything on Mondays because everyone runs their Open Cups on Mondays, you know? If all the Open Cups are on Mondays, then I really thought we'd just, you know... yeah, I didn't think anyone would run stuff on Mondays, but that's all good. Like I say, we'll be having a bit of a cry to stream today, most likely. But yeah, I think we'll... Halston will just come out of his game, so yeah, Halston's Spirit, if Spirit wins his matches as well, could also be very cool. So I'm into that. Or like I say, ByuN versus like Lemon could be very cool if S-Tech does fall to Lemon. I think both those are very reasonable matches to kind of pick up on. Yeah, ByuN actually is going to be playing Lemon, so there we go. That's a good one for us to hop into. Yeah, let's go ByuN versus Lemon. That sounds fun. Sounds like a plan around. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. For some reason, Kira's asking me if he can play. Like, yeah, go wild, buddy. We never hold people up in this tournament until the semi-finals. Looks as though Spirit is going to play Halston. I think let's go ByuN Lemon. Let's go ByuN Lemon. I always like seeing a bit of what Lemon can get up to and what Lemon can bring to the table, you know? Hell yeah, let's do that. Alright. So yeah, we should be able to get this going very shortly, guys. ByuN and Lemon action coming through. Hell yeah. Again, hope everyone is having a good day. Wayne just knocked out Nico Rect as well. He's going to play Max Packs. Alright, but honestly, first round of the tournament looking fun. Round of 16 looking cool. Does seem like a good one. Hell yeah. Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Alright, Lemon's here. I think ByuN's AFK for a moment or two, but hopefully not too long. We'll get that sorted out. Hey guys, just waiting for ByuN and Lemon. Hopefully get ready to go in just a few moments. ByuN is really just AFK though. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 alright. Like I say, whenever ByuN's back, we should have just gone Spirit Horse Machinery. It's my fault, I always pick the series that takes ages to begin. Classic. A classic. Alright, ByuN's back. It looks as though they'll get redoing and we should be able to start this off in just a few moments. Get that up and running. Perfect. Alright guys, a few moments, get this underway, get started up. Kickstart this one and yeah, I mean the full round of 16 is pretty much starting to play now, so we're just waiting for Nice and Strange to finish, otherwise we should kind of come out of this round of 16 match and be somewhat set towards round of 8, so should be a pretty smooth day it seems, for the most part. Perfect. Alright. Wait a few moments. I really thought this wasn't going to take very long. I thought this was going to be like a quick minute or two because I saw ByuN online, Lemon was there. Yeah, just a couple of players AFK for a few moments, guys, but we are now good to resume as we get ready to head into Ultra Love. And we'll be kicking this off, getting this started up. Countdown's good, and we'll be on into Ultra Love for this ByuN vs Lemon series. Lemon's, again, continues to play at a pretty decent level. When we get to see him, it's always some fun games, but I would still say ByuN should be a favorite here. Let's see if we get some fun, though. Like I say, I think there should be a little bit of back and forth on this one. A little bit of contest, as we have in the top right-hand side, the red Terran player to kickstart us on Ultra Love. This will be ByuN. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map, we have got Lemon. And game one of this EO3. With, like I say, a couple of players who I think should create a bit of fun contest between each other. Let's have a little peek at their history, actually. I'm intrigued as to if they've played much recently, because Lemon plays in a few of the Open Cups, but not much else. So there's a possibility they've played a couple of times. Let's see, let's have a little look. Wow, they've actually only ever played 4 times in total. The most recent time they met, Lemon took a map off ByuN. That was in November in the WardiTV Invitational. WardiTV November qualifier. So, yeah. They've only ever played once in the last... Well, Lemon's only ever taken 1 map. It's crazy that they haven't met that much, because Lemon has been around quite a long time, even if he's not always been kind of a main character in tournaments. Obviously, he did start to look a lot better in that last season of the ESL regionals, and then yeah, I would have expected him to maybe have had a few more results still, maybe. Anyway, Orbital Command and the Marine coming through as we get settled in. The next is in the Cyber Core coming up. Let's just have the SCV is going to chase that probe around for a couple of moments. And yeah, we obviously have the scouting from Lemon turned around, so not able to pick up on too much more information just yet. Oh, that probe just comes out down to the corner, the factory and the command center coming up, the reactor coming through, Stalk on the warp gate building as we speak, and the Nexus coming online from Lemon. This probe will just chill out over here. And yeah, opening with the Marine only means that there's no Reaper on the map either for the early stages of this game, so no Reaper movement or anything along those lines to track or follow for now. Starport building. Again, the CC coming up. Got ourselves the starport still coming online. And again, just a couple of Marines going to be popping out of the barracks here as we have ourselves the Hellion popping through too. So a few Marines and the Hellion together. Going to start to set up onto the map. Hellion especially can start to take some actual map control. And ByuN has not really seen anything this game. No SCV scout at all, so playing a little bit greedy. Meanwhile, Lemon is going to check in with the hallucination right now and start to get some much better information here. Marines hit, hallucination takes some more damage. Medevac, Hellion, and the Marines still coming through. Council will just chrono boost and that charge continues along. Stalker coming about. A few Marines gather. It's going to load them into that medevac and they will start to make a little bit of progress. The hallucination will start to tag and we just have again the Nexus finishing. Probe's about to complete. Charge very much so on the way with the gateways coming up as well here from Lemon. So we get those underway. The hallucination continues to chase medevacs down to the bottom left side. Stalkers get there. Medevac already taking quite a bit of damage. On the other side, we've got some Hellions still poking about a little bit as well. Facility and gateway is still coming up. The charge about to finish up. Stalker on the way. Simulator coming out. And ByuN just falls back. Obviously, Medevac a little bit bruised and battered, but we'll make it home. We'll gather up those Marines. The Raven will start stepping out onto the map a little bit as well, so again, just a bit of a movement there. As again, that charge will be finishing shortly from Lemon. And we have ourselves the few extra Zealots warping in along with this. Hellions will continue to cruise around the map. And again, it's that hallucination, which is just trying to have a little bit of a check to see what is up and what's going on. Marines get underneath, the hallucination will go down. And yeah, River Facility and Forge continue to come online. Got the Stimpack and the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well here from ByuN, so we continue to bring that all in. IO is going to come stepping forward as well. A little bit more of a push now with that tank involved. I don't really feel like this is enough for ByuN to really make a significant shove with, but let's see what he can do. As the Robo Bay comes online, the +1 attack still chrono boosting up on that Forge as well. I'm actually going to pop the Guardian Shield here as a few of these Zealots begin to storm on forwards. Siege tank will go down, and I never really felt like this was going to be the play from ByuN to get much done. The Raven gets 4 kills, and that's the only thing that's doing damage for him currently. 6 workers going down at the moment. Still got ourselves Zealots in the center, chasing down some Marines. Hunting down everything else as the Zealots move up this ramp. Another Marine goes down. I mean, the wall-off is going to save ByuN for a couple moments, but now the bunker falls, and all of a sudden, ByuN just doesn't have a lot over here. Lemon taking some probe damage, but he's going to do so much SCV damage in the meanwhile. On the other side of the map, he's got himself all of these SCVs going down, 17, 18, 19, 20. He's running out of Zealots here. Does he have enough power just to get rid of this siege tank? I feel like the Stalkers and the Sentry could have actually just gone for the tank and just helped out with that, but it doesn't matter. He turned on the natural, got more SCVs. ByuN decides to say GG, and Lemon is going to take the opening game of this best of 3. I told you guys this was one to see a little bit of contest in for sure. Ourselves game 2 and about in a moment. Alright, waiting for the second map to be hosted. Any other updates on the bracket? Nope, just the full round of 16 underway. It was strange to come through overnight to be the final player into that round of 16. So now all round of 16 matches have begun. And yeah, the WardiTV Mondays 33 continues on through as we get into the next stages here. Just gonna invite into ley lines for game number 2. That second map coming up here in just a couple of seconds. Get into ley lines and see what will happen. Go asks ByuN. Ready, says Lemon. We are going to start this off. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player, this is going to be ByuN. As he kicks off with a 1-0 deficit against the blue Protoss, who's in the upper right side. Lemon. I really felt like ByuN just pushing with that one tank was never meant to be like a real push, and then he set it up, he sieged it up, he left it there. It was like, what are we doing? It's really not ideal. As the Alan comes in over to the side. Finally coming about, continue to get through for the moment. We'll just take a few moments to get set up these next few moments as well. Gateway coming through, Rax and the engineering bay coming up as well. Cybercore on the next continues to come about. The assembly coming through, and the Reaper coming by as the CC starts on the high ground. So a little bit of safety from ByuN. Sends this SCV forward, interestingly. I presume that's just a little bit of a scout or pick up some. I don't know why he went over there to pick up some minerals. Not sure what the idea of that is, but okay. Just kind of weird. Anyways, comes back obviously after the engineering bay block, forcing that Nexus onto the third base. We will have ourselves the Reaper of ByuN going across the map and starting to take some control, put some pressure out here for the next few moments. Again, that underway, and this started up. As we move straight over, there's a Nexus coming in then. It's going to finish shortly. Reaper will just sit between the bases, see if we can get a probe or two, maybe transfer him, but the Stalker's going to accompany those probes currently. And so, well, the probes actually get stuck coming back around the corner, so the Reaper is going to get a kill. So ByuN actually nets himself a single probe for the early stages. Like I say, that's a surprising opening. As the command center coming about, Starport is coming through too. A couple of Marines in the Widow Mine on the way. And that Reaper will just dive straight forward. Probe taking a few more shots. Is going to go down the sentry. Thanks to the Reaper, it's going to hop back to the high ground. That Reaper going down currently. And the Twilight Council on the way. Building at the front on this third base of all places as well. So Twilight Council going to be a little exposed should ByuN get a push onto this location. I mean, not sure why there rather than the main. Maybe because the only pylon in the main base would kind of leave it exposed to drop play right towards the edge. So maybe that's not a terrible place to have it in comparison. Maybe overall this is actually a safer place for the Twilight than what you might otherwise expect without delaying it further. Because we only had the 2 pylons in place, so yeah, makes sense, like I say, because this is a big dead airspace as well, so it's a very common position to drop from. And if your Twilight Council's here, then maybe you could have it here, which is a bit deeper. It's still going to be a fairly quick drop target, so maybe you just have more confidence and hope in the front. Maybe I'm putting too much thought into it. Maybe this is not something the players have even considered as heavily as I'm apparently currently considering it. As the Banshee and the Cloak comes through, we just scan overhead, but meanwhile there's actually going to be the Marine medevac push heading out onto the map. So we begin to make our way across. Hallucination with a couple of tags here and there to keep a track on things. A couple of Widow Mines inside the medevac as well. Just going to be the ones that actually do commit forward and will look to try and deal some damage. Those Widow Mine burrows, a little bit of retargeting. Going to get the sentry. We take that. It's a nice expensive unit to get, and obviously it was just a mistake by Lemon leaving it in range of the Widow Mine. ByuN's retargeting is going to benefit him greatly as the few Marines of ByuN pull back down to the bottom left. Now that charge will continue through on the Twilight Council. Robo Facility and Forge coming up and online. A couple Stalkers to the corners. Nexus sets up on the Natural as well, around the barracks of ByuN. Continue to build on through with that Cloaking coming up on the Starport. Charge is about to finish, and the medevac around the back tries to come in for another probe or so, not quite able to just yet. Again, Banshee and the Marauder coming through the Cloaking as well. Stimpack will start. Zealots and a Sentry gathering just on the sides of the third. Now Banshee's going to show up, and there's just nothing really nearby to defend it. There's not an observer on the map. We're having to start that fresh out the Robo Facility, which is obviously not ideal. So that Banshee is going to get a good few probe kills. Now move into the main base. Already has 5 kills on it, and like I say, we're waiting on the observer. The Robo's on the third, so you're actually safe in the main for a little while longer here. As we'll see ourselves 9, 10 workers going down. 11, 12. So yeah, 12 workers going to fall already. As again, Stimpack and Combat Shield still building up. Marine Marauder coming through. Engineering Bay on the way. And the Banshee in the center here from ByuN number 2. Like I say, fantastic start. That first Banshee did so well. Second Banshee has some big shoes to fill as it becomes the only Banshee on the map. So, can it fill those shoes, or will it fall trying? As the Banshee comes around the right side. Stalks in position immediately. That Banshee gets turned around. So no opportunity just yet. But better to keep it alive than just fly it into Stalkers for the sake of trying to force a probe kill or two. At least having it alive, it's got a lot more potential in the future. So, not a bad choice. As the Marines and the tank and the medevac make their way out to the center. Banshee actually going to pick away the battery on the Natural. Right now, anything you can do to pull units out of position for this army setting up at the front is pretty reasonable. I was going to say, ByuN might want a second siege tank, though. One tank feels very breakable. A second tank supporting that first tank would make it much tougher to bust through this a lot of the time as the Banshee will go after a few more of those probes. The Marines going to sit there. Zealots going down. The Hallucination will sit there as well as we do just knock down everything. It's been a game of being bullied by Lemon as he just doesn't really have a whole lot of anything right now. He actually keeps the Colossus alive, though. Micros that back with that one Colossus will survive. I actually think ByuN should have prioritized that a lot sooner, because he kind of left it while he killed everything else, but I actually think he could have stepped towards it much more aggressively at first. Instead, kind of hung back, as he will get the extended thermal lance upgrade, so that cancellation would be great. I was going to say, it's worth going to finish it. There's not enough Stalkers to really punish you here. This Banshee going big. I said it had some big shoes to fill. It has absolutely done so. It will go down with 12 kills on its name, so not a bad effort from the Banshee at all, as it's also been a distraction long enough for ByuN to jump on another Colossus. This one will go down now. The Robo Facility may follow. Going to depower the pylon to cancel the warbin. Looks like we'll not go after the robo, but hey, the robo bay is already dead, so you're already delaying future Colossus production. That robo is not going to build a whole lot of useful stuff in the near future anyway, as we jump back into the main. There's just apparently not enough stuff to really control the fact that ByuN's ping-ponging between two different positions. The Zealots in the middle of the map from Lemon do greet him a little bit and just push back a little further. The Zealots peel away, a couple Stalkers coming up. Marauder Medevac all coming through, and yeah, Armory into the Engineering Bay coming up as well. +2 on the Forge. Medevacs go over to the right-hand side. Link will Corona Boost on that Twilight Council. The double Water Mines are going to come pulling back. The depots are going to set up as well. The Bio coming through, gets a few probes in the process. Colossus is going to go firing away. Again, Medevac's getting shot for. Just going to get brought up the top. The other Medevac's around that right side going to move about as our 4th Nexus goes into position here. Gather just out the front, 4th base coming down. The rest of this Bioforce from ByuN still trying to settle, still trying to press on through. Eye on the main, as those few Marauders are going to go after and get rid of that Forge. So the +2 attack denied. Another big loss, honestly, for Lemon, who is barely hanging on here. He's got a lot of Stalkers that don't even have Blink in this game with how the game opens, so they are kind of sat around as less useful units than they might usually want to be. This one Colossus has really seen some things. It has 21 kills, which is quite miraculous. It's seen a bunch of losing fights, although, once again, ByuN here is the one that actually has to pull back again, so he's going to have to fall back, run away from this. This feels like a game that ByuN has kind of won. It's just, he needs to just let his army settle in and actually do its thing. Obviously, Blink finishing from Lemon is going to help. The only issue I do have for Lemon is, like, he's not rebuilding the tech units. He doesn't have any way to build tech units right now, no Robo Bay down, and so the denials that ByuN has made early in this game are extremely important at this stage. Because, for example, if there was, if there was a 2nd Colossus or a 3rd Colossus on the way through, that would be amazing right now for Lemon. Like, with everything else that he's done, he could actually be in a pretty alright spot. Whereas, because he's not rebuilt some of those major things he's lost out on, he doesn't have the +2 upgrade, which he was very close to getting as well, etc., etc. Like, these things are going to change this from being what could be like a very good position to just somewhat like a delayed death. Because I still think right now ByuN's army is significantly better. I actually do think if he tries to take a fight at some point in these next few moments, he's going to have a very good time of it. So we will see as our Bio gathers together. The Zealot Stalker coming back around, stepping over here for a few moments. +2 attack, Observer on the way up. Continue to build into place as the 2-2 upgrades come through from ByuN. There's a little bit of Bio on the top side, going to go after a bunch of probes as well. Getting rid of that Stalker, looking for another. I think ByuN's afraid. I think ByuN genuinely looks at this and says, kind of felt like this was going to be a much more simple time. And now that the game is not just kind of, crumbled before him, he's kind of sat here like, well, what do I do at this stage? What is my play at this point in time? A Bio Viking force gathers up. The Zealot Stalker Colossus is going to come across the map. The Zealot split over one side. The Bio Viking stepping into the center. Colossus goes down immediately. That Colossus had seen so many fights, like I said, that were kind of lost. This one is going to open up with Colossus just dying. I kind of like that Lemon goes Disruptors. I feel like there's a sense of urgency in kind of needing to kind of have something to defend. Disruptors will build fast, and they have a higher chance of being high impact in the moment, but of course, it's at the roll of a dice. If you do not succeed with those Disruptor shots, high impact goes to no impact compared to a Colossus typically would at least have some impact over the course of an engagement. These Zealots coming through again, and gotta be super careful with the CC, although this time a lot of the Zealots will just go down. ByuN's army nearby to say nuh-uh, and to disallow that from doing too much extra here. As the Stalker Zealot pulls around the side, a Sensor Tower right there is maybe in range, but don't think anything too meaningful. I think He goes down. The extra couple of Zelds get dropped. EMPs across the Stalkers. Oh, the Stalkers just get absolutely melted. GG, says Lemon. He's been kind of losing this game for a while. Like I say, if he'd actually had his way towards some more tech units a little bit sooner, I think he could actually maybe have been competitive with that army, but it just took him so long to really get to that sort of a stage. And unfortunately, that's going to be the costly ending, as he gets tied up 1-1 here. So ByuN and Lemon are going to give us quite the display so far. The game 3 coming up in just a few moments' time. Get that up and rolling in a second, guys. But yeah, game 3 between ByuN and Lemon here. It's going to be Amygdala for our third map. Perfect. Oh. Alright, Ben says go. So we should just be good to start up in a couple of moments. Go says Lemon. And yeah, we'll get this one underway, guys. Thanks for joining us again. Appreciate you being here. It was over after the Banshee showed up. I mean, yeah, the Banshee really did, like, insane work. The fact that Lemon drew it out so much worries me that ByuN almost needs to kind of have such a lead to close it out anyway. I do think that game he was second-guessing himself a little bit, though. I do think there's an element of, you know, he was set up, he felt like it should have been a much simpler scenario, and then when Lemon didn't instantly kind of start dying, I think ByuN panicked a little bit, and like I say, maybe played overly cautious at certain points of that, because of that factor as well, so... Some things to think on, as in the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player here is ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. He takes on Lemon, our blue Protoss, in the top right corner of Amygdala. Maximum gas going through, the assimilator coming up from Lemon. Chrono boost on the Nexus. CISCVs continue to come through as well. Lemon's probe will take the chance to head down towards the bottom left-hand side. Just moving straight across here as the barracks builds on through, comes up, CV stepping over. One's about against Cybercore and the Nexus. Continue to come over for now. Probe Scout happy so far. So Progress goes to chill. Stalking the Warp Gate coming about, factory coming through. Just gonna have ourselves a couple of pros move about. Again, no Reaper from ByuN as he plays a little bit informationless in the early stages. Okay, coming through, that starport coming up. We'll see this probe coming about as well. Probe's going to take that watchtower. The hallucination going to start moving across. Marines is going to hit that hallucination, so again, a few shots coming about as we have our Twilight Council building. It's halfway done, so Tech choice being made here when Medevac comes online to set the Widow Mine drop up as well. We'll be able to get that going in the next few moments. Hallucination moves about. The Medevac going to go boosting across also. Hallucination will keep an eye on things for a couple of moments here. Medevac is going to intercept it immediately. And a couple of stalkers is going to be hitting that Medevac. So Medevac gets pushed back through the top, the charge coming online, the robo facility coming up. Had that assimilator on here from Lemon as well as the third Nexus gets sold. A few stalkers in the Sentry will join just for the moment as that charge keeps on chrono boosting. And so there's a couple of Zealots will warp on in. And we just sit here and see what is going to come next as Lemon settles himself down on 3 bases for the moment. And looking pretty cozy overall. I mean, let's see what the Widow Mine drop can do. It's going to actually zone out that Stalker. Let's the Marines kind of stick around a little longer. Nothing too major. ByuN will just lift here and should be looking to get away. Lemon builds into that blink, and as that blink comes online, we'll see a much better idea of what Lemon would like to try and get done himself. If he wants to try and get on the map or so. The Liberator actually got a few kills in the main base, so consistently forcing the repositioning of those probes. Now, 2 Stalkers are not actually enough, and that first Stalker was not pulled away in time, so it's going to be a little bit awkward as we get a probe or 2 extra. Liberator will just hide in the corner. Is that far enough? I feel like it's always such an odd position on Amygdala to kind of see if the Liberator is actually far away or not. These Stalkers look like they got a Medevac, which actually got out, by the way, so I think that might be something which Lemon has missed during this. Obviously, that would be a bit disastrous if you think there's a Medevac there and it's not, and you just leave 8 supply of Stalkers behind guarding something that's already gotten away, you know? His Protoss so boosted that Lemon can beat ByuN or patch, doesn't matter. Lemon's just good. Lemon was really good last year. He was taking Oliveira to 5th games in the ESL regionals. Like, Lemon was an absolute standout player last year. So, him taking a map of ByuN is absolutely indicative of Lemon's capabilities, not of balance patches or anything along those lines. In my eyes. Like, Lemon was on a big rise long before the current patch. Which a lot of people are telling us is the Protoss powerhouse patch that's made them all unbeatable. Yeah, Lemon was definitely on the rise long before that point. Gun comes down. A few Stalkers and Zealots set up from Lemon on that right side. Blink and that +1 coming through. A little bit of a stim in toward this Nexus. A couple of Zealots are going to charge forward. The Zealots on the backside looking for the flank as ByuN needs to protect that tank line. Does not want to let those tanks go down easily. If those tanks fall, you end up in a lot of trouble very quickly, right? So, something to be careful of as we do pull back to them. Let the Zealots just kind of wander forward. The Stalkers get obliterated. Holy crap, this is an absolutely disgusting defense from ByuN. And I say defense, I mean, obviously he's attacking, but like defense of his army, he just absolutely annihilated that force of Lemon. That was not even beginning to be close. Jesus. That was, that's how you pack a punch and a half, apparently, in one single attack. That was actually somewhat brutal. ByuN advances will play the winner of Showtime. Excuse me, Showtime and Geralt. Wow, Mana 2-0 Classic. Mana into the round of 8 today will play Cura or Percival as well. And Classic continues to have that lack of consistency in his games. It's kind of wild. Maxpack speeds Wayne, he will play Spirit or Hearthstone. So Maxpack waits for Spirit or Hearthstone. Mana will play Cura or Percival. Solar is playing Creator. That one's already started a couple minutes ago. We're probably going to wait for Showtime and Geralt to finish up, and then we'll go the winner of that into versus ByuN for some PvT. That sounds good to you guys. Quick peek over here. Oh, Showtime and Geralt are 20 minutes in game, so might be we get into that fairly soon. Hopefully that late game doesn't go mega late game, just so we can actually get into that next match sooner rather than later. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait out on that. Awesome and Spirit in game as well. Like I say, wonder if that plays max packs. So our round of 16 is moving through nicely. Round of 8 coming up next, then we'll be probably, so if we do the ByuN round of 8, the solo creator match should be finished before that round of 8's done. So then we should just be ready to go straight into semi-finals, and we'll just go semi-final 1, semi-final 2, and finals. Back-to-back-to-back action, back-to-back-to-back games across the course of today's StarCraft 2 in the WardiTV Mondays edition 33. Again, thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you all joining in and enjoying some games of StarCraft 2 with us. We've got some really fun ones still coming up. Like I say, I'm super excited to see who's going to make it to the finals today because, you know, there's no hero, there's no Clem, so we're guaranteed at least one different player in the finals to what we're used to. Just for reference, we've had Showtime and Skillus and ByuN as, I think, the only players. Okay, in this year, we've had 4 players make it to the finals of WardiTV Mondays that were not Max Packs Hero and Clem. Showtime once, ByuN once, Skillus once, and Classic made it there one time as well. Which is a pretty ridiculous statistic, so across the course of like 15, 16 events, only like a quarter of these events have like a different finalist. So this is going to be a rare occasion today, and maybe even rarer. Can one of the guys take a victory in a WardiTV Monday? Maybe that possibility. Maybe there'll be an upset on Max Packs. That's what we're trying to figure out, and what we're going to be figuring out and seeing when we get there eventually. Alrighty, guys, sit tight. We are just going to be waiting for that Geralt Showtime match to finish up. Is that in game with anyone? The Cranky Ducklings are live today. Let's see what they're covering. They're on Creator vs. Solar, actually. So if you guys want to watch Creator vs. Solar, they are in game with the Cranky Ducklings as their caster. So Cranky Ducklings giving you guys the coverage over there. Obviously, we're missing a lot of our other language casts today, guys, because we've got there's a tournament clash, so another tournament going on over the top of ours, unfortunately. Is probably why we're missing some of the players from our event too. So yeah, we'll be missing out there a little bit. So we don't have as much kind of coverage as usual for you guys to watch other games on. So apologies for that. I obviously can't really help it. I didn't really know it was going to clash. I didn't really expect it. So apologies on that one. Reno playing ladder, not WardiTV. Yeah, this kid. It's okay. I'm convinced Reno and Cyril just hate me. It's like, I invite these guys to WardiTV tournaments all the time. Like, no, I can't play. Oh, it's a bit too long. You know, the prize pool's not there, etc. And I believed it all. And then they start accepting invites into tournaments with even less prize money. And I'm like, okay, guys, you hate me? I hate you. Not really. But, yeah. Reno doesn't really play online tournaments much at all, to be fair. Especially like the Open Cups and stuff. Like sometimes they'll accept an invite here and there, but it's been very rare as of late, so not super surprising. As we're gonna go into Showtime Geralt game number 3. It's 1-1 here apparently, so we'll go Showtime Geralt game 3. The winner of this plays ByuN in the round of 8, and that will be PvP into PvT for us. Let's see who is going to represent the European Protoss flag into that matchup against ByuN. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player here is Showtime. I'm playing this one on Persephone, with the upper left blue Protoss player being Geralt. It's okay, guys. In 2029, when WardiTV events are the only tournaments that remain, we might finally convince some of the top European Zergs to play in our tournaments. The day may come. The day may come. Just as we get into the start of this one, just a quick reminder, guys, that the WardiTV 2025 series has been announced, and we are crowdfunding to help push the prize pools as heavily as we can and to help do more with the tournament series than we would be able to do otherwise. So if you want to support that, do consider hitting the !2025 command into the chat. That will work on YouTube and on Twitch. So you can check that out on YouTube and on Twitch. And yeah, !2025. Check out the Indiegogo page. And yeah, you guys can support if you do so wish. There's a lot more information on the Indiegogo page. One thing I will say is that support is super important, because we really do want to make this tournament series as good as we can. We want to really help the players as best as we can. So that is what our focus is. That is what our goal is. So get behind it, support it. Other people generally tend to like supporting things they see other people have supported. So like I say, it's definitely a big thing to get behind support if you can. It means a lot to us. It helps us out a whole bunch, so we appreciate it. They're just lazy? I don't think they're lazy. Some people just don't like playing online tournaments, you know? I mean, hey, if the money isn't worth it for them, then the money isn't worth it for them, you know? Some people don't see it as good practice, or other people do, so it's all good. I just like to meme on it a little bit, because it's just funny. That's all. Yo, Big Daddy SC2, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for priming us up. Like I say, super appreciated. Thank you for supporting. Thank you so very much indeed. There's a couple of stalkers coming through, that warp gate coming online as well. Get that all underway here early, as it is PvP, so Stargate of Geralt. See a couple of stalkers from Showtime in these early stages. Stalker gonna hit, probe will deal some damage. 2 shots coming through. There's a couple extra stalkers, and that Nexus continue to come about as well. Steer Depth's going to go shading by toward the natural. Again, centering the stalker coming about. You see our wolf gate coming in on both sides of the map. Recall of a couple of stalkers into the base over here. As we try and get the defense going, Geralt will get through for quite a few probes. Like, these stalkers will shut down the adepts, but yeah, you're going to lose quite a few probes in the process, which is obviously not exactly ideal. 3 workers going down. The adept here from Geralt already turning away as the other stalkers come about. And yeah, kind of nasty to get this adept back in, because now you're going to have to come and deal with this again. And that force field, I'm going to say that force field was not really it. I'm not sure if it really achieved anything. Anyways, we get the cleanup. Time down about 4 workers here currently, as he is going to be on that much faster Twilight Council. See the Void Ray on the way from Geralt, so he's, I think, a little bit afraid, obviously. I mean, if you were not afraid, there wouldn't be any reason for you to build that Void Ray. The Void Ray will give you a little bit more safety throughout these early stages, though. And we'll try and aim towards that as a little bit of a point of, or a stand of defense as the 2 adepts go around at the right-hand side. Blink will play. A couple stalkers going to step through. The adept is going to take a few more shots. A Twilight Council about to finish, and the additional probes coming about as well. Boosting on that blink, and the adepts are going to work down the right-hand side. Just shading about, figuring out where and what they might want to be doing. Both players will get into blink, obviously still a nice harassment so far from Geralt. His adepts are going to get in again. Showtime does have stalkers here though, so the adepts cancel. They're going to go to the natural. There's units there too, so his adepts should not really be able to gain too much, right? Going to get 2 probes already. It is adding up, as now the adept shades away. Tries to get out of trouble. And blink building, a couple stalkers on the way out. The Nexus coming through as well. Both players building that 3rd base. Now Geralt goes across the top of the map where Showtime takes the triangular base. So we're just going to get that set up straight away. Let's just have the stalkers. Sentry continue to come up into the middle of the map right now. It's just going to start pressing straight forward. Good group of units here. Head to the top. The couple of adepts coming back around as our stalkers set up on the natural. The Void Ray overhead, centering the adept as well. Blink will be finishing from this as we continue to gather. That robot facility will finish from Showtime. One of the things we've really seen a lot of in Stalker play lately is the introduction of some Immortals, and it does feel like the players who managed to get those Immortals introduced nice and quickly really do seem to have a pretty big benefit in the game, right? Really can get a lot out of it. So the 3 probes going down. These stalkers still gathering down to the bottom left. A few more probes gathering together too. Forge gateway, probes, all building. Charge starting on the Twilight Council. Got that coming up as well. Gateway and the Forge coming about. Observer coming through. It's a bunch of stalkers down the right side from Geralt heading down to the south toward that natural in the near future. Couple of probes, all those gates coming over, stalkers heading around. The Oracle just going to be kept away by a couple of steps. And having that Oracle is one of the advantages that Geralt holds. Showtime sees the army over here and is going to start moving his army about to deal with this. Once again, it's a tap shading into the mineral line. Try and cause some trouble. 2 probes going down. Nice blink across, couple of units going down. Stalker in the sentry falling immediately. Voidray going to get left behind. Obviously, that's kind of why you don't see that be kind of a real part of the army most of the time. Because there's not much it can really do. Obviously, just kind of not as mobile. Gets left behind a lot. Is going to be kind of not really a part of the Stalker force. So, it does kind of get set to the sides as the charge and the +1 comes through from Geralt. Showtime doesn't have charge, right? No. So, it's going to be a little bit more Stalker heavy for the moment as he finds these Stalkers over here. Blinks to try and get some chasing done. Had the Guardian shield up, so I was feeling good about a possible fight. Otherwise, the +1, the charge still coming about, the Nexus coming through the top right-hand side, and the army of Showtime swings back around to the south here, so once again, going to come straight across and trying to make something happen. Hallucination pops, and the Temple Archive still building. Batteries and cannons going through, the +1 attack on the Forge. That one in the back of the main base, continue to get settled in. The Solid Stalker army comes around again. Just going to see more of these Stalkers around that left-hand side. The army of Geralt back over to the right. +2 from both, obviously again. Later charge from Showtime, he's completely out of position for this. Showtime's been holding the middle of the map a lot. Oh, is he actually going to commit to something of a base trade? He's warping in Zealots. The base trade's going to be so slow from Showtime is my problem. Like, as he's getting up there, he's started to turn around. He's realizing the army's still here. He's going to have to do more. So he's going to start moving in. There's a top right base. He needs to at least kill a base here to even things out a little bit. But he's going to start losing a second base as well. I think Showtime just getting completely caught off guard by the positioning. And now, yeah, I mean, we see the Zealots warping back home with the recall. It looks as though Geralt is going to quite comfortably come through in this PvP because Showtime's position right now is really not great. If he loses out and does not manage to get rid of this Nexus or something, I mean, these Stalkers are going to be stuck on the map. He's taking so much damage, he's going to say GG. He knows that he just got completely repositioned and completely out-positioned and beaten up and screwed over there. Geralt going to take the 2-1. He'll advance on through to play ByuN in that round of 16 matchups. So, there you go. Oh, sorry, round of 8 matchups. So that is going to happen. Max Spec's about to play Spirit. They just started. Actually wouldn't have minded catching Max Spec Spirit, see how that looks like. Mana versus Cure, Solar versus Creator, and Geralt versus ByuN. That's our round of 8 lineup. So, the round of 8 is set. Jump on over to the American server. We'll go ByuN versus Geralt, and let's see what Geralt can do against ByuN. As we have 0 PvPs in the quarterfinals. Incredible! That should be fun to see what the lineup ends up as coming through this. It's a fun round of 8 actually. Max Specs versus Spirit, Mana versus Cure, Solar versus Creator, Geralt versus ByuN. Nice. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And I hope everyone is having a lovely day. It's actually a really beautiful Monday here. It's actually going to be a really nice week this week. Again, I'm going to be not here tomorrow. We'll be probably doing GSL qualifier replays Wednesday, Thursday, and then not sure what time we'll be doing those out. Wednesday is a bit of a weird day for me to stream off time, unfortunately. might take tomorrow and Wednesday off, guys, and then stream GSL qualifiers Thursday, Friday or something. Just because I'm trying to avoid Pigs Tournament, obviously. No point in trying to overlap. I think we might do some like qualifiers of something. And over the weekend, we might do like set up a WardiTV May event, do some qualifiers Saturday, Sunday. Seems like a fairly reasonable idea, doesn't it? Seems like a fairly reasonable idea. Alrighty, guys, we'll hopefully be on the way soon. Like I said, ByuN versus Geralt will be our matchup. Let me run some Adarinos. We have 30 minutes. I tell you what, if we run the ads now, we should get through the next series without running any, unless we have like a super long game. So, may as well do it now because the players are vetoing. So, yeah, better safe than sorry. Let's we'll get that set up and get this underway. All the Cranky Ducklings, they were covering Solo versus Creator, right? Are they still in game on that one? Let's have a little peek. Yeah, Solo up 1 against Creator, by the way, so it looks like we might even have a Zerg in the round of 4 today. How exciting! Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Nice 3 goes less than 6 inches of rain. Oh, it's actually gonna be like sunny and warm and stuff. Nice week, no? Sunny, warm. Look, I'm taking it. I'm gonna be taking it, whether you like it or not. As like I say, ByuN vs Geralt will be our opening quarter-final matchup for ourselves on the stream. When we finish this, we should just be ready to go straight into semi-final matchups as well, guys. So probably 3 best of 3s and a best of 5 left today for you all in the WardiTV Mondays. Again, appreciate you tuning in across the Twitches and the YouTubes. Appreciate you guys. Do 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 do. Yeah, nice day. Like I say, I might have the next couple. I'm definitely having tomorrow off. Tomorrow I've got some wedding stuff to do. So on, and then Wednesday. Not sure what to do on Wednesday, like I say. The problem is usually I go out on Wednesday evenings to play Pokemon, so if I start streaming later, it kind of interacts with that. So maybe we just take the next 2 days off and then we come back and stream Thursday through Sunday. Or Thursday through Saturday. I'm going to be taking Sunday with Helen, I think. Like I say, a bit of a quiet week. It has been a busy April for us, though. April has been full steam ahead, go, 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 no stopping. So it'll be nice to actually have some a quieter week, and then we'll try and start building up again. Obviously, try and start covering all the things that are going to be taking place and so on. And Geralt just having a little bit of yatta here as we get started. Perfect. Alright, we're getting in, guys. Sorry, just trying to reply to an email about a sponsorship. while we wait. All done. Right, let's go into it. In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. And he's going to be taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we've got Geralt here for this game of the best of 3. So, best of 3 action. ByuN versus Geralt. As we get ourselves the setup going in the first few moments. Get this underway. See what the plan shall be. As the Chrono Boost comes about. The gateway coming up. The rack's on the way. Get ourselves settled for a few moments. Moves into the main. Again, gate in the racks continuing up for a few moments here as we get settled down. See that racks commands that are coming about. Next coming through, Cybercore getting started. Marine heads down the right side. Again, Warp Gate, Stalker, both coming through. The next is about halfway done. The assimilator coming about. Probe in production as well for a few moments. Stalker goes to the upper right again. Twilight Council halfway done. Just going to get the Stalker and the Warp Gate still coming about as well. Stalker going to ping. Hellion going to take some damage. The Marines going to gather together also. Let's just see the single Stalker poking away at the orbital. So we're just pinging SCV, going to deal some damage early on. Nobody mine gets burrowed up. I'm actually going to fire. The few Marines are going to step forward. The Adept going to get jumped on. Stalker going to get chased a little bit as well. A little bit of tumbling about. And again, the Banshee and the Cloak coming through. Got the Stalker and that Blink coming online. I'll see ByuN actually going to not go Banshee. He's going to go Raven. So the Cloak is just going to be a fake. If Geralt spots it, then obviously maybe prepare for that. And instead, you're going to be... preparing for Banshee when in reality there is a Raven on the way. So just a bit of a fake out, like I say, from ByuN here in these early stages. We get that set up. I think finishing... Oh, sorry, my headset just went... I think my new headset wire has actually arrived, but just arrived while I already started streaming, so hopefully get that fixed up tonight. And can get back on track without... basically my own audio cuts out every now and again, and obviously I have my own voice coming through my headset, so every time I cut out, I'm like, what? my train of thinking is instantly lost and disappeared. So I'm just like, ah. Feeling lost without it. What is that 2025 series logo new, or have you just missed it? It is brand new. If you want to read more about the 2025 series, !2025. The link on it is a link to the crowdfunder, but the information is on the crowdfunder page as well, which tells you what the 2025 series is about and so on. So, yeah, all the info is there. It's not just pointing to the crowdfunder just to support it. It's all the good information that you could want about it is there as well, including a video explaining my thoughts and process behind what we're trying to do with the 2025 series as well. Yeah, it's new with the logo is new with the since Saturday, whenever we announced it, Friday it was. The logo is new since then. The Stalkers will continue about. The charge is being added on. The Immortal coming through into play as well currently. Just see this little bit of Marine tank going to come stepping forward, and have a Stalker there already coming in to try and contest. Obviously, good position from ByuN. Gerald on the other side of the map is going to counter-attack in. All those SUVs getting jumped on. The Marine and Marauder going to be there. The gateway going down. There's a couple of tanks still flying. The Stalkers are going to recall back. Knock down the pylon, which gets rid of the robo facility. That means that the Colossus will not be able to come through either. So that Colossus is going to be halted, and that means you're not going to get the splash damage that you probably need to keep on hanging in this game, kind of in the longer term. So definitely going to be hitting a little bit of a wall in that regard as the Bioforce pulls back around the back of the mineral line. Again, the gates coming through. Plus one in the stim coming up as well. I'm just going to be seeing that Stalker still taking a couple of hits as a couple of tanks will still siege away at the Nexus for these next few moments. Brings the Marauder. Going to get rid of the Immortal as well. Is going to sit about 25 army supply ahead coming out of this, so definitely in a very comfortable spot, all said and done. There's a couple of robos coming through from Gerald as he tries to get rebuilt. He does still have the robo bay, right? So he could build 2 Colossus at once. So there's a chance for him to kind of get set back up onto that if you want to give it a go. Stalkers and the Zealots keep going about. The Bio Army coming across. Still stimming across there. CC is going to die. Uh-oh. It's a little bit of a disaster from ByuN, and that's definitely a win from Gerald. And suddenly, ByuN is a 2-base Terran player for an extended period of time. Oh, he has a CC in the main as well building? What? He was double expanding? So that CC died. I looked at the production tab, he was still building one. Oh my god, that's so funny. Well, never mind then. That's actually hilarious because it actually completely takes away from... Gerald probably thinks it's like, oh my god, I killed his 3rd base, I'm looking good, I'm feeling good. And it's like, actually, you're not. There's actually a base that isn't really meant to be there. Backup CC, that's kind of wild. Moving order to try and play a little bit of a delay here for a few moments as well. Nothing too serious as we just continue about. This Bio is going to stim in, and I just don't think Gerald really has the numbers or the ways to really deal with this right now, so I think I may be on the verge of seeing... Well, Colossus shows up. I mean, it was very Marauder heavy, but that means the few Zealots will not go down quickly. Yeah, we'll hold on for the moment. ByuN still has a significant army supply lead, but he's not just streaming units across the map. They're coming from, they're coming across the map in bigger chunks, which means that he's not here already with the reinforcements, which if he had them there already, could have been a lot faster of a success story for him. Fire stepping across, one medevac even loading up and looking to go elsewhere as ByuN looks to bring the multi-prong aggression here. I will trade up against some of those Zealots. A few shots coming around. The Colossus going to be there nearby. Stalkers shooting away at the medevacs as well, trying to chip away at those numbers for the moment as the Colossus fire back again. Nexus in some trouble. Again, we've got the drop on the bottom side that can likely try and make something happen also here. +1 attack. Extended thermal lens coming about for the moment. Continue to bring that through as the 2-2 upgrades and the ship weapons comes online as well, so we continue to get that going. Fire Force sits just toward the third base. Nexus comes down on the 4th, so we're just going to get that ready as well, get that settled. Good upgrades, ship weapons coming about, more disruptors coming through, the temple archives coming around as well. Storm building, a couple high templars coming out, so we have ourselves the disruptors as well. Are we going to let Geralt get to that tech? If you let Geralt get to all of that, then I really feel as though we're in a bit of a mistaken spot. We're just going to see the ghosts coming about as well. That gateway down. Obviously, 3 Colossus able to zone at the top of that ramp very nicely and comfortably for the moment. Going to get rid of the pylon, which actually stops the warping as well, so the 4th base is going to be in trouble once again. Geralt's just out of position. The Vikings are sat there waiting for the Colossus, but they do hit a massive storm when they arrive. And the Vikings getting beat up hard as the Colossus will go down. The rest of the Stalkers gathering up together. Disruptor shot land on just a few units as well. Example, the Disruptor drop and another Disruptor heal go down. In the end, ByuN has clearly plenty to deal with this, and that is going to be game number 1 going the way of ByuN in the start of this series. So ByuN gets the 1-0 lead in the best of 3. Well, we heading into game number 2. A couple of moments, like I said before. We did run ads before this match started, guys, so we actually don't need to run ads during. How lovely is that? Incredible. Incredible, incredible. Alright, any other results in the bracket? Not just yet, so no semifinals still up for the moment. What's Solon Creator up to? Have they gone to a game 3? Yes, they have. Solon Creator in a game 3. Exciting times. How many replays are generally in the monthly replay pack? Like 200-300? Yeah, I think like 200 or 300. I mean, it's basically everything we cast on stream. There's not... In the past, there was like a few tournaments we couldn't provide replays for, like World Team League, because that was like clean feed stuff, or for example, so like World Team League, or certain like, higher up tournaments didn't allow you to give out replay packs, but we don't really cover anything nowadays which doesn't let us give out replay packs, because it's mostly our own tournaments. So if you consider that, if you consider we do like, say we stream like 20 to 25 days in the month and we cast like 10 to 15 games on those days, it's like 200 to 300 replays a month. Give or take. Obviously, that's not exact, but there's usually like 200 to 300 depending on when we do it. We will be doing a new replay pack over the next day or so. I was just waiting for the Spring Championship to finish up, and like I said, if I've got the next couple of days free, I'll get some more admin work done, and I'll be able to actually get that replay pack out, so they'll be going out in the next couple of days or so. So yeah, new replay pack coming up soon. If you do support, I'm pretty sure if you support, you get access to all the previous replay packs as well, so you can just go scroll up the Discord page, or go through the Patreon page and just access all of the previous replays. So yeah, you actually get a whole chunk. But obviously, the most recent replays are usually the useful ones. So yeah, it's pretty good value to say the least. If you like your replays, it's definitely I think it's a very good deal. Purposing on the natural is going to put down at the Nexus. Just going to get that started up immediately. Sidecore Nexus coming through and get us all set up. So you see coming about, the factory coming in as well currently. And then just the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming about, the Nexus still coming through too, so again, a little bit of everything on the way up for the moment. Bring that into play. And yeah, this reactor coming up on the barracks, just going to have our Twilight Council going through as well. Sorry, ByuN is up 1 game in this best of 3 as well, guys. Just forgot to update the scoreboard while looking at the chat and stuff early on. Here's the Helly will just come about. I'm just going to be trying to zone out the Adept, and now the Stalker shows up. Marines just need to step towards it. With the high ground on the ramp, he should just be absolutely fine here. There's not going to be too much more you can really do on the side of Geralt in terms of breaking in there, so that'll be that for the moment. And again, Blink and the Warp Gate both continuing about for now as we get set up. Okay, we're coming around. A few Marines just going to be there. The Stalker getting turned away. And the Robo and the Gate continue to come through as the medevac loads up and is going to start going across the map. So ByuN going to make a little bit of a journey out to the other side here currently. There's 3 SCVs going down right off the bat. The medevac comes back through. Going to begin to unload. Marines wouldn't mind. That's going to get interesting. We got 3 SCVs. We do lose the Stalker as well, though. So a little bit of additional damage dealt there. That's a big plus. A big bonus on the side of ByuN getting a Stalker. At least making Geralt pay a little bit more for that. Subscribe. You have return and play and having problems finding replays, downloads for yourself instead of just commentary. Yeah, no, it's definitely a great resource. Obviously nowadays not a lot of people are playing as much StarCraft 2, but yeah, no, it's very strong. Yeah, new replay pack will go up next couple days. So great time to sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining the Patreon page. Thank you very much. As the medevac comes back down through the bottom side, 3 probes going down, and a couple of assimilators coming out and about as well. The Robo Bay will be starting. So ByuN getting some counter damage done for some of the damage that he took himself. Pyrex is going to lift off. Refinery gets put in place. Pyrex moves over and drops down onto the tech lab there. And yo, Dave Tester, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 32-month resub. Resub-arino in advance time. Thank you so much for the resub, buddy. Appreciate it. And Davy John on the 38 months as well for the back-to-back subs in the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support, guys. Helping us to keep these WardiTV Mondays and other WardiTV events alive and a-rockin'. And Robbie K1 coming in with the Prime sub too. My goodness. Love all around. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. Like I say, thank you for supporting the events and the tournaments. And the StarCrafts, most importantly. Simback and the +1 still coming through. The Marauder Marines coming about. The Order Turret dropping down. See a couple of probes flopping around during this as well. And a lot of those upgrades still coming about. The Marine tank going to get set as we do see a few probes already dropping. 7 probes going down. This next is going to be under heavy fire straight away. And Marine's going to hit that Nexus. A few Stalkers firing back the other way. SCV's going down. Probes are dropping. And a couple more Stalkers getting warped in as well. So just bringing a lot of that about. As again, Stimpack +1 and Combat Shield coming through for the moment. Marine Marauder Medivac all on the way up as well. So we've seen our tanks firing away. The Assembler is taking some damage. And yeah, the tanks just continue to whack away. Assembler really is just taking an absolute beatdown right now. Battery going to finish up just in the front. And we do, of course, have another Colossus on the way out too. 10 probes so far, so ByuN already successful, but does he lose this army? If he loses this army, does he have much of a follow-up available? What's the next step from ByuN is the question right now, and that's the part of this which we're yet to really figure out still. As, I don't think this army can really stick around much longer. This does not seem good enough or strong enough to really survive. Especially as these Zealots start to charge up. We're going to pull the Marines to try and get them behind the siege tanks. We do have high ground vision. The tanks could have maybe target fired that Colossus. Instead, we're going to go for a lot of the sword. We're actually going to win this fight. Oh my god. Hello? 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 That's not allowed. What are we doing? In what world? Scans for the extra Stalker kill. In what world was that an allowed fight to be won by... Like, hello? These Stalkers blowing down, and they're like, we did it! We cleaned it up, buddy! This was a disaster, Geralt. How did you lose this fight so hard? That's nuts. There was a +1 upgrade there from ByuN. I didn't think that was going to be enough. I mean, a Colossus out against the Marines should have been strong enough, but I guess the Colossus just didn't hit the Marines. And obviously the Marines chase after the Colossus with no battery or anything, and the Marines being split from the Medivac dropping in and no support. That's absolutely, actually ridiculous. Winning a fight like that should not be legal, as the Bioforce still gathering here. The Stalker's playing forward again. A little bit of the Bio takes some damage. Widowmine's going to unburrow. Disruptor Shotgun and try and zone out as best as it can as we pull back over here for the moment. And Temple Archive is building up. The Nexus on the way through. Add a couple of Zealots, the Colossus, the +1 into this. Bring all of that over for the moment as the Concussive Shards builds up. Also, again, Viking Marine Marauder all coming up now as that Bio will get to the bottom and ping it through this pylon. Opening that up and, yeah, opening this bottom side pathway up and getting some vision available down on this side where he'll be able to hold that position instead of Geralt. The order turret is coming straight over, drop straight in. Zel's trying to come back on the other side, trying to get a little bit of something on the go here, unable to just yet. Let's just have ourselves the gathering resuming. And Storm on the way up from Geralt as well. ByuN is just disgustingly far ahead, so this really should not be going anywhere anytime soon. I was just going to see our Bio stemming straight up. This Robo Facility in trouble. That Temple Archive's in trouble as well. Storm. It's going to be denied. Oh no. Oh, go get the Storm! Oh my god, we just lost a bunch of Bio to a mine shot, no? I feel like the Widowmine just friendly fired hard right there. Temple Archives gets to live. I can't believe we're going to get Storm into this game. That was absolutely worth losing like a couple more units to get deny. And this entire drop is getting shut down as the feedbacks drop as well. One Medivac unit sticks about for the moment. Full feedbacks. Medivacs in the corner getting shot at. Archon, Stalkers. Gonna get through. Both those Medivacs end up falling. We still have the Storm and the armor upgrade coming about. The extra gates coming online as well. This game's actually going to settle down. That attack from ByuN was so bad that actually he's going to end up having lost enough to make this somewhat close and competitive again. Wildly enough here. As we will see the armor upgrade still coming through. A couple of probes are going to fall. Order turret continues to put some work in. A few more workers keep dropping. You've got fourth base coming online as Geralt. You've got yourself the Temple Archive and the Storm up where it was not up before. Stalkers there, just going to go pinging about. ByuN and the Vikings gathering in. The Disruption, the +2 coming up as well. On the high ground, he's going to get rid of a couple of probes. Going to make it 3, maybe even 4. Just the 3, the order turret expires before it gets the next one. ByuN just going to be moving around the map, trying to deny some map control once again, knocking down some of these pylons that are lingering around here, there, and everywhere. Disruptor shot good to hit a couple of those ghosts. Still chasing the violet ghosts, the Vikings gathering together in the center. +2/+2 on the way. We'll get rid of that Raven as well. The Archons will be there, knocking that down. I'm just going to be seeing our 2-2 finishing in a second. That will be advantage to ByuN. So if he takes a fight right now, up in supply, up in upgrades, things should look good for him. But let's see if he's feeling confident enough to try and take that advantage and run with it a little bit at all, or what his plan may become as the few zealots step about as well. And again, the 2-2 are coming about. Nice storm from the top side, also going to come straight into place. So the shots fire going to go between the Bioforce, a couple of zealots being grabbed as well. Funny, we've got an access point on the left and the right here currently. See a little bit more of this. Going to start coming through, jumping onto the Colossus. Yeah, I've got quite a few storms available. There's a High Templar full of energy on the top, though, that went down without doing anything. Still more storms available, though. That's the last one, I believe, for now. The Colossus actually lived through that as the Vikings fell. It's messy from ByuN, but as he chases forwards, he will get a couple more of the tech units. What he's missing is the real ability to kind of stand in and keep going through the static defense, right? +2 armor finishing, +3 attack starting up. 3-3 on the way from ByuN as well. The Viking Marauder goes, continuing to produce. We continue to gather as Stalkers will set through the middle of the map. The Medevac's going to come around the bottom side. We still have those 3 upgrades coming in right now. Big dropping in the main base, actually, so we're going to get that committing right here. That's going to be a lot of damage, and Disruptor's trying to defend against this is not ideal, because they kind of have to attack into the Terran, because the Terran's already here. The Storm is nice, though. Drags a lot of units out of position, so the fourth base of Geralt is now going to be under heavy fire. ByuN jumping on this. The probes have to run away. They took the long way around from that Nexus, huh? Anyways, 10 probes go down. This base is going to drop. We have got a gold base, so it's not like it's not like Geralt doesn't have other bases. Sorry, Creative messaged me, and so I've got Creator on the mind. I've said his name a couple times. So it's not like Geralt doesn't have other bases, but generally, not still not looking great. Losing that base is not fun. ByuN has 4, going to 5 bases himself, so his own economy is continuing to kind of boom on forward at the moment. The 3-3 upgrades coming up and online as a part of this. And yeah, the Templar is going to get warped in as well. Teams gathering down at the bottom. Disruptors, Stalkers, the Colossus, the Templars join in right now. Nice little storm. Going to land onto a good chunk of the bio there initially. Again, it's the splitting that's the issue. Geralt doesn't really have enough to split this army comfortably right now and to really put this into 2 proper proportions. Fire up to the top. We'll get rid of a pylon. ByuN maxed out. 3-3 to 2-2 for a few more moments as well, so has the better upgrades for a little bit more of the foreseeable future. One disruptor going for another. Storm drops down. The ByuN continues to slide by. A couple of those Zealots continue to drop. And also being picked away at. And the Zealots will charge on through. Those Zealots continue to fall. Another couple of disruptors will try and find something there as the disruptors keep on trying to connect. And even when they do connect, it's like, it's great. But man, ByuN has just got so much more than his opponent. Vikings are landing. Might want to lift back in the sky. They might not need to. Colossus just dies anyway. We've got one storm left maybe. The couple of disruptors still available. ByuN just getting rid of more and more workers as he actually lifts into the medevacs as the evacuation on that one. Reinforcing now through the bottom side, hitting the gold base from the wrong side, and is going to succeed in pushing the Stalkers back from there. And again, it is just consistently looking better and better and better here for ByuN in game number 2 of this best of 3, looking to move through to today's semi-finals to play against Solar for a chance to play in the finals of the WardiTV Mondays. A couple more shots. Disruptor shot going to land for a Viking, or at least half of a Viking. And blink on through. Medevac still dropping. Vikings and Marauders still sitting there. The rest of the ByuN stepping up, and that's going to be another battery going down. Pylon flopping down as well. High Templars coming through. Another storm comes into place. Another storm. ByuN will not win with this army. He's out of medevac energy. He's low HP. He needs a lot more reinforcements than what he's got. He's continuing to play super scrappily, where actually just collecting everything together and going for one big solidified push may be the better way forward and the better answer right now. So, might be the better way to go about things as the army continues to settle in the center here from Geralt. Liberators siege up once more. I mean, Liberators are a big addition to this tech that we've not really seen before now, so actually having the Liberators on your side is a pretty big deal, I would say. That's going to be a major positive. Something that you don't really have an answer to right now from Geralt, and something that you can't really fight against down half the army supply of. If you have enough units, you can maneuver around the Liberators a little bit, but obviously Geralt is not, you know, dealt with that kind of a luxury right here. Stalkers gathering, we move about. Nexus goes down, probe gets blasted. Coming back around into the center. We've got Stalkers, Disruptors, High Templars, Colossus showing up. A couple of Storms is going to come through there immediately. They are going to go diving. This time ByuN has got enough to just step on forwards. The Disruptors are probably not going to save the day. That Disruptor from the bottom was actually very nice, but still not really good enough in total. There's a kite backwards here. A few more Zealots going down. The Stalker's getting jumped on. A couple Storms coming about. We warp in a bunch more Stalkers again. This pylon will go down. Stalker's still taking shots. GG says Geralt. ByuN will make the semi-finals. Well then, there you go. Semi-finals for ByuN in this WardiTV Monday event. It's a pretty wild game overall. And that's going to set us up into our semi-finals, which will be Cure versus MaxPax and ByuN versus Soul. We're going to start with Cure MaxPax. It was the first best of 3 ready for the semis, so we'll get into that. And then we'll go into ByuN versus Solar. Perfect. All right. Just run some ads. Okay, there was the Ewoks on the north map. Yeah, there's a few maps that have those on them. If you keep your eyes peeled in the corners of maps and so on, you'll probably see them more than you realize. So yeah, we're gonna get Cure MaxPax on the go here, guys. Get this TVP up and running as we head into semi-finals. So it's gonna be Cure versus MaxPax, and then it's gonna be Solar versus ByuN. So we're gonna get those series both underway. Like I say, Solar ByuN will come up after the Cure MaxPax, but that's what you can expect to see on the stream for the next hour or two. Appreciate you all tuning in. Appreciate you all being here. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Go-Go's getting cold. Like I say, we should be good to resume very shortly as we make our way into this next match of the WardiTV. Mondays today. Appreciate you guys tuning in, hanging out. I know there's a lot of other StarCraft going on today, so appreciate it. Bringing you guys look, another no PvP round. There's actually no PvP all day now, right? Max Pax Cure, then TVZ. There's no PvP possible at all. Actually crazy. I actually genuinely believe there's going to be a lot of PvP today as well. But apparently not the case. Not today. Not today. Not today. Time for the guys to ready up. Let's do some vetoes, get into game. Get this all started. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright guys, like I say, a couple of moments to get this underway shortly. Sorry guys, my nose is a bit itchy, sorry. Oh, how's everyone doing? How's the crowdfunder going? I haven't actually looked at it this morning. Let's have a little peek and bring it up on stream for a second. That will, I'm sure, summon the players to start the game up. Actually doing very well in the crowdfunder, guys. We've passed the halfway marker on the crowdfunding initial goal. Like I say, that goal's really not set in stone. We really just want to raise as much money as possible, because the more money we have, the more successful we can make this year of events. Prize money going into the pockets of players is never a bad thing. So, yes, if you do want to support the WardiTV 2025 series, do check out the Indiegogo page. Not sure what the 2025 series is. Basically, it's our series of events this year. We're already guaranteeing $25,000 of prize money going into it. Across the course of the following tournaments: the Summer Championship, the European League, Korean Royale Season 4, the Fall Frenzy, which will be a new format for us coming up later this year, and the WardiTV 2025 Championship at the end of it all. 100% of all support goes directly in towards the players' pockets and their prize pools. We will even pay to make up any transaction fees from the platform, etc. So, yes, basically anything here, which we're already past $5,000 now. The 2025 series is guaranteed to be $30,000 plus this year. So, like I say, check it out. There's a bit more information about why we're crowdfunding, what we hope to do with it, etc. Why it's all a good thing, and all of that kind of stuff. So, yes, do check out all of that on the WardiTV 2025 series. I need dark mode. Bro, everyone wants dark mode for everything nowadays, doesn't it? Just can't you just right click in a dark mode nowadays? I don't even know. It doesn't bother me. my monitor clearly is not bright enough for the white backgrounds to bother me that much. I blind you guys? I mean, maybe you guys shouldn't have such bright screens. I apologize. I have it set up on the sites we use a lot. I don't know how to set up on the Indiegogo. Alright, we're gonna head into Max Pax versus Cure for the semifinals here, guys. As we're gonna get our TVP underway. And see if Cure can get rid of MaxPax and make this a very interesting and historic WardiTV Monday's final. What's Cure and MaxPax's history? I feel like Cure's actually been pretty good against MaxPax. MaxPax 1-0, Cure 2-0. MaxPax 2-1, 2-0, 3-1. So MaxPax mostly beats Cure this year, but Cure has won a series. Like I said, to me, Cure should always be able to stand up and fight against MaxPax. For me, that's just how their history has gone, but maybe has been a bit more MaxPax favored recently. As in the bottom left-hand side, the Blue Protoss player opening up this semi-final will be the Blue Protoss player, MaxPax. Up against the red Terran in the top right corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves Cure. Team at number 1 of this best of 3 as we get this up and running. We get this started. Get this underway. So yeah, get this up and running here for a few moments. See what our plan is as that probe comes out across over that right-hand side initially. Probe levels, SCV takes some damage. Yeah, those couple SCVs are going to come chasing back the other direction, so a little bit of a chase around, nothing too crazy just yet. And the Reaper coming up from Q to get us some information going, so just going to get that set up as well. We're coming back into that main base. Again, Nexus coming through, Cybercore coming up, adding a simulator on as well. Going to see that probe recall on the way back down to the bottom left-hand side. Just going to bring that straight back over. And the Reaper will make its journey across to try and find some opportunity here as well. So, again, some opportunity being figured out, trying to find out what we're going to be doing here. It's going to be seeing the Hellion, the Reaper, the Orbital, or the CC continue to come up as well, so we get all of that underway. The Reaper just going to be a little bit of an annoyance here as well, so again, just trying to find a little bit of something, a little bit of chance, a little bit of opportunity. The Hellion and the Reaper together will continue to hit the Adept back for a little while. And the Reapers and the Hellions coming back around the top side again. Blink is already on its way up, so we bring that straight through. Command Center finishing shortly. The Tech Lab coming up on the side of Kira as well, so we will get that as a follow-up here. Get that onto the factory and get himself set to start putting in some extra unit production. As he tries to deal with his Adept, though, and he's going to have only SCVs to fight it off, so that's very frustrating. A bunch of SCVs down the low ground already, too, just not really where they want to be either. Really not ideal at the moment. As the SCVs will chase and that Adept will get pushed back for a little while for now. So a little bit of pushing around. Again, the Cyclone and the Marines coming up currently, so we bring all of that through for a moment or so. We're just actually going to dive onto the Stalker here in this main base, and is going to be able to go. Some damage done, but the battery is going to keep it very much so safe and alive as well, so just going to protect that without too much issue. And siege tank on the way. The Marines coming up. Another barracks will go down in the main base as well. Blink still coming through here, and continue to get that on the way. So again, a little bit of build up happening for now. Let's continue to bring this over. see the couple of extra structures coming in. MaxPax will get the Forge and the Robo Base started up. You are just sitting on the bottom side. Keep those Reapers around for later for the moment. Obviously, MaxPax feels pretty cozy, right? He did go for a lot of tech before the third base, and that's why I'm saying he's cozy, because you're basically saying, right, I'm going to get all of the goodness, I'm going to wrap myself in these blankets, aka, you know, tech and units and safety, and then he's going to kind of stretch out a little bit and take the third base after all of that. So it should be a very safe way of kind of taking that third base. Very difficult to die when you go into that tech early on. Stalkers just coming through. A few more shots going about. We've seen the barracks going to relocate to the tech lab. Factory going to drop down for the reactor. Again, +1, extended thermal lance, the charge, all continue to come through for the moment. Just bringing all of that online here for the moment. Get that underway. Couple of shots going about, and there's that Nexus dropping down on the 4th base, so MaxPax is going to keep on expanding. Was a little slow to the 3rd, but that's not going to slow him down at all when it comes to taking the 4th base right now. It's just going to get that going pretty much immediately. Those few Stalkers are going to sit out over there. We will have ourselves the charge coming up, +1 in the thermal lance coming through. 5 additional gateways coming about as well right now as we see the Bioforce will continue to chase those Stalkers down. 2 shots coming in immediately. And yeah, we are going to go pushing as the Stalkers obviously want to try and put some damage in. Kira's army's looking good though, and the Marauder's actually getting some good shots off. Stalkers will take a loss there even, so not exactly ideal. Is this the first WardiTV weekly finalist since the first one? It doesn't have MaxPax Clem. Oh, a good question. Is it? I didn't even think about that stat. It doesn't have MaxPax Clem. I mean, they've won all of them apart from a handful, so it's easy to check, right? So the ones they didn't win were obviously the first couple. So yeah, MaxPax was in the second one. Obviously, ByuN and Gumiho were the finalists of the first one. And then Trap won against MaxPax in the finals, so that was one that MaxPax was in the finals of. Yeah? It's actually ridiculous that there's only been 3 winners after the first. The stats on this tournament is ridiculous. Like, the dominance of Clem, MaxPax, and then, you know, more recently Hero in this tournament is genuinely insane to me. Like, the fact you can win this so much from this event alone is kind of crazy, and just the consistency to come in week after week and do it. Like, I understand them winning a lot, but the dominance for them guys to meet up so frequently is really pretty crazy. Scan comes about, extra Zealots warping in, centering the +2 coming up as well. Just gonna see those Zealots start making their way into the mineral line over on the other side, and here we go. Hallucinated Archon gonna be coming in. The Bioforce gonna stand strong and fight, or is it? Feels like it's melting away as Kira just gets shot back. The Widowmines are decent onto some of the Stalkers, but that's about the only thing that's going well for Kira here. As he will defend the Zealots, somewhat okay. Still loses 6 SCVs. That Orbital Command is actually kind of low HP as well. Probably spend some time repairing that. There's going to be some money investment into bringing that back up to health as well. So try and get that back up and online, get that back up into some better numbers. Just going to be seeing the 2 Vikings there, going to chase the Prism away once more. Similar in the ESL Mondays. Well, that's what's so crazy to me, is the fact that it's like, I could understand like these guys win the most, but the amount that they win, like the consistency they do it at, like to be that much of a tier above, that the upsets are so freaking rare, that is genuinely astounding to me, you know? It's also not easy to show up every week and play at that level to the point where like you're that consistent as well. Like it's actually crazy. We are going to see units stimming in from both sides here as Kira tries to make a defense, but I think this is going to be MaxPax looking a little bit too powerful. The Colossus kind of getting jumped on a little bit from both sides, but there's just not enough Terran to survive. The attack is going to be good for MaxPax to close out game number 1. And he'll be very close to making it to the finals here today and keeping the streak up, featuring these guys. Yeah, obviously, if MaxPax makes it to the finals, then he is still, in fact, in the finals, right? So, so then it's still, he still gets added in there, he still counts there. But yeah. No, honestly, kind of crazy, though, like I say. Come in and have that level of consistency, put out those kind of statistics, like it was crazy when they did it in ESL Monday Cups. It's crazy to me when they do it right now as well, to be honest. Crazy, crazy stuff. Alright, game number 2, whenever MaxPax hosts the lobby, and then we'll have, obviously after this as well, ByuN versus Solar coming through. This is amazing. It's just truly something else. Like, it's like another level of consistency, really. Like, it's just actually crazy. I can't wrap my head around it. Like, the fact that they are that good. It's like they do lose sometimes. It's just because the 3 of them are that good. It's so rare that they all lose or miss out on one of these. Like, it's wild. Absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild to me. Inspirational, as in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player here is MaxPax. I mean, I've talked many a time about, like, I actively cheer against these guys in the tournaments right now, simply for the fact that I would like to see other people getting wins and stuff, you know? It's not because I love watching them, they're super fun to watch, they're the best players right now, but man, like, seeing some upsets and some different results would be cool. So if MaxPax wins this series, I will absolutely be a ByuN or Solar fan in the finals today, cheering for the upset in that best of 5, but MaxPax kind of stumped Solar the last couple of times they play. MaxPax kind of, well, it would be a very tough opponent for ByuN, who is not having a good time in PvT lately, so I'm going to go ahead and say that in general, I don't think it's actually going to be super pretty at all for our, for our finalists, whoever they may be, if they're up against MaxPax. I feel like the odds really are stacked against them. It's just crazy that MaxPax has such good matchups into so many good players. I think that's what's crazy to me about MaxPax. That, like, that level of matchup in so many scenarios is, yeah, really wild to be such a favorite. Anyways, enough about all that. More about this game as Kua goes for the Engineering Bay block to try and throw MaxPax off a little bit in these early stages. So Engineering Bay block coming through. The barracks is going to be coming up. The probe is there to shove back the SCV now. Going to begin to push that back the other way. We'll cancel here or there. Just going to be seeing the Reaper and the Orbital both coming up. The next in the Cybercore coming through. Probe on the way by. Let me take a couple of moments still as we just have the probe. Continuing out onto the maps. Just going to be moving about for a few moments. And Nexus coming through. The probe and the assimilator coming about as well. We get all of that underway for the moment. Bring that online. CC halfway done. SCV coming about. Again, the factory is still building. The refinery on the way. Alright, going through too, as that adept is going to go shading about there. A little grenade to keep the adept popped for a few more moments as well. MaxPax is my goat. I'm with you, man. MaxPax is freaking good. The level at which he can control games and armies and stuff is really insane as well. You know, it's very difficult. Like, I feel like very few people are able to make MaxPax look uncomfortable in the game. See what Kyo can do here. Obviously down a map, trying to bring it back. Trying to knock MaxPax down today as the Reaper gets turned around a little bit. Still got that blink coming through on the other side. Again, Robo Facility starting up here on the side of MaxPax as well, so you bring that straight through. The blink and the warp gate coming up as well. And the warp gate finishing, a couple gates in the Robo Facility coming online currently. Blink coming through, probes and the rest of this all coming about. That's just going to be taking down as the Marines gather in. Our siege tank production is on the way. We'll see what the push looks like from Q. Then obviously right now already going with the Cyclone and a few Marines across to the other side. Stalkers gather up. Gateway, the probes and the blink all coming about as well. So again, a lot of that on the way in for the moment. And yeah, blink continue to chrono boost along as the observer comes about as well. Add on a gateway, add on the assimilators. All of that coming through for now. Stalker, the Immortal, a couple of probes coming over. Our barracks and the Raven coming up as well. Yeah, the Rover and the Forge coming online. The Immortal is going to be popping up in a few moments as well. So that Immortal about to finish. Still got ourselves the Forge coming through, the Robo Bay coming up, Cyclone Marines and the Siege Tank coming about also for the moment. Bunker is going to keep you nice and safe, but yeah, MaxPax is again just going to do exactly what we did last game. Take a slightly slower third, prioritize the, tech structures here initially, and then take the third after that. That Marine is going to sit chilling on the Nexus for the moment or two as well. It's just going to hit onto that. Fact coming by. Again, Marine, +1 on that charge. Coming online as well. The hallucination still up to the top side. Cyclone gets the hallucination, able to grab that +1 charge and the thermal lance all coming through. Colossus is halfway done. Stimpack combat shield and +1 coming up as well. Continuing to bring that online for the moment. As yo, Sakan, thank you so much for the Prime sub in the chat. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Awesome reminder that if you sat there with a Prime sub available, you may make good use of it. If not on our channel, use it on someone's channel. Support StarCraft some way, somehow. Don't let it just sit there off cooldown. And, yeah, keep those Prime subs alive and whirring. Helps so much with StarCraft. As we have ourselves the charged +1 the thermal lance coming through. Again, all the upgrades continue about from Cure. As Marine Marauder Medivac still coming up as well. Medivacs will load, we go moving about again. Stimpack still stepping around. That Stimpack finishes. Be able to go as the Stalkers come around the top. Intercept the Raven. I'm going to start knocking that down while the turret comes in. The Raven will fall, that gets pushed back. Still a +1 on the thermal lance coming through as well as the Bio Army continues out down to the bottom. Concussive shells on the way up, +1 attack going by with that as well. Just currently, as again the Medivac lingers down to the bottom side. Colossus trying to boost up on the Robo Facility. Female Stalkers on the way in. Thermal Lance about to finish. The Bio will fight against a few of those Stalkers too. Big push moving about again. We've got ourselves our Temple Archives coming up from MaxPax. But Kira's army on the map is actually pretty sizable. He'll fall away now though. It's so tough to get that army in a position. With 3 Colossus out, like how do you really take a fight and stand against? Like the size of your army is great, but the tech is just so good on the other side. Makes it very difficult indeed as we just have ourselves a couple Colossus shot coming through as well. So a couple of hits coming in from over there. And yeah, Obviously, Prism coming up. MaxPax getting ready to throw some harassment into this game. The little drop is going to try and find a little bit of something here and there as well. So still trying to find a few moments and opportunities where we can continue to do as much as we possibly can, just for the moment. Bioforce regathering the Widow Mines, the Cyclones joining as well. Another Widow Mine shot. As the High Templars warp in, there's Alex warp in, +2 attack coming through, and the Archons on as well. Those three Marines just load up, still kind of going ping-ponging around. Kyo trying to keep track of things, but he's about to be pushed into by MaxPax, and again, this is a real check. See if he has what he needs. There's a couple Widow Mines in the front. That's a vision on those, so they get absolutely insta-popped. Kyo starts to spread, looks to set up defensively against this. These three Marines drop down, they're not going to really do much. 2 units back at home shows that MaxPax does have some investment made over here. As Kyo gets his Armory and Ghost Academy on the way, so starting to look towards that future tech. Upgrades to go into 2-2. We'll prioritize Ghosts initially, and then we'll have the Armory ready to start the 2-2 after that when he gets a bit more gas back on track. This really is the difficult moment of this, right? Where you are basically sat right now as MaxPax down in the supply a little bit, but able to sit on the map. And so Kyo's like, oh, I need to figure out how to kind of deal with this army, which I'm not really set up to deal with yet. And then I need to kind of deal with it while also setting up to, you know, take a 4th base, which is going to be slower than my opponents too. That one Zealot dropped out just about in time, so a couple of Zealots in the main. Actually going to see Kyo out of position, leaving a tank very far forward on its own, and that's just opportunity gained by MaxPax. He sees that, he takes that. Actually going to take this fight though. Is MaxPax wrong in terms of being able to be out over? He's not doing a good job of shutting down those Vikings. He's going to lose absolutely everything as Kyo will stim on forward and take out the entirety of that MaxPax army. Everything gets knocked down, everything gets cleaned up, and now Storm on the way from MaxPax as we get into the next stage of this. He tries to find his follow-up as the +1 armor upgrade comes through as well. Trying to rebuild the Colossus, but with Ghost out, if we have some EMPs, these couple of High Templars, or a couple of these Archons, sorry, will not do much. Going to kite back right now. The Ghosts getting stuck in the front. Thought they were about to die, but the Zealots backed away just before they took them. So the Ghosts get to live. So move out, down, around the bottom. A couple of those Zealots going down too. The Vikings landed. They'll just add whatever DPS they might be able to get. An unstimmed army for a second or two, but obviously Kyo trading well during this. No armor upgrade available is a big factor because it means that those Zealots just take such a beating. We are taking damage on the 3rd base, though. Kyo is not able to mine from there comfortably. As the Storm now finishes, I don't think we've got anything to actually utilize that Storm with, though, so that might not be as big of a problem as it first seems. New Colossus shows up. Vikings would like to get back in the skies, but right now have to focus on just running away. Yeah, we're going to do some lifting with the Medivacs to help with that escape. Obviously, Medivacs can just move a little bit faster, lift those units up, get away quickly, and then drop them off further back and in safety. Kyo going to move to the 12 o'clock. That command center going into position right now. Still got +3 attack, +2 armor coming up. And Templar just coming around as well. As that army will gather in. Cannon in the battery coming through. The Nexus on the way. Probe in production. 2-2 upgrades and the ship weapons coming up as well. Gathering back over the left-hand side. This army getting set to go once more. That bunker is going to get rid of the Zealot. A couple of Vikings still overhead. Again, +3, +2 coming up during this as well right now. Going to get shot at, going down. It's going to have the Bioforce trying to engage through here. Kyo doing a lot to keep himself in a good position in this game. Can he actually push forward and take a real advantage out of this? MaxPax getting a lot of that tech rebuild up here. A few probes going down. He obviously really needs to get rid of some of these bases, otherwise he's going to fall behind, right? A 5-base Protoss is currently what lingers into this game. And good job with the Vikings. The Stalker's not able to get in position there initially to truly stop those Vikings from firing back and playing cleanup. Nice Storm, at least in the end. Let me engage through again. Just Kira very confident to be able to keep these fights going, and that's good to see. Good bit of confidence is never a bad thing. As the approach being maxed out, I'll wait to see if there's going to be any twists and turns in some of these upcoming fights. +3 is about to finish. A couple of Colossus coming through. The Zealots are still building. Ship weapon upgrade is about to finish too. A few ghosts on the way. The medevac's still building up as well. Vikings will come about. Missile turret. Get ready in case there's some DTs that sneak around as well. Obviously that point in the game where you want good coverage against that possibility. This is drawn into a maxed out army, 200 supplies each. I get worried here for Kyo because I feel like this is where Max Specs is just so effective with those armies. Those fights are not going to be easy to kind of come by in your favor. You can see that Max Specs is also, again, like I say, on the 5 bases, Kyo just on the 4 currently. I expect Max Specs to start expanding more behind this as well. This is where the pros players typically start to just take a lot more control of the game. Here we go, though. I do like the flanking maneuver from Q. It's a good idea. The Vikings getting towards the Colossus, but is it soon enough? A lot of the Vikings pulled back there. We're not shooting for a few moments. Colossus will go down as the Colossus fall. We've got Stalkers left over. Is there enough ground army from Q? I'm going to go ahead and say no, not really. A handful of Marauders are trying to make it work out, but it's just not going to be enough. As Q has to fall back and hope to get some reinforcements. Max Max doesn't have a reinforcement wave. He's kind of out of money as well. And there was a moment or so where I really felt like if the Vikings just hadn't pulled away, I guess they were trying to be cute and avoid damage. If they just kind of stood there and shot, maybe the Colossus go down a little bit more quickly. However, now you see that Kira is going to start losing out on this base. This orbital command has to be lifted up and pulled away. Zealot Stalker, Colossus Immortal, High Templars all continue through for the moment. Colossus shots will fire onto those Marauders, continue to fire away. Three upgrades coming up on the side of Kira as well. 2 ship weapons coming by. Another storm just coming down. The Zealots are going to take hits as well. Stalkers continue to fire back. A couple of the Vikings taking damage again. Bioforce is going to sit there. It's just not going to be enough, and that is going to be GG. Max Pax takes the 2-0 to advance through into the finals today. Once more, a finals appearance from Max Pax as he looks to capitalize. Has not been in the finals of this event since edition 28, where he lost to Clem. Max Pax hasn't won one of these since January, so looking to try and turn things around in his own favor here. As we will be going into our next series, ByuN versus Solar, in just a few moments, everybody. So ByuN versus Solar, Terran versus Zerg, coming up as we get into semi-final number 2. Get that underway in just a few short moments. Get this kicked off and get this ready to rumble. Alright, ByuN just BRB it seems, but I'm sure they'll be ready to play shortly. I'm sure there's not going to be too much waiting around. Crazy how Max Pax can lose the first fight, but he just warp in 15 cells and still hold. Again, that's the power of one of the ways that Protoss are good, right? Just Zealots warp-ins can really kind of buy you some extra time. That's why in these larger fights it's very difficult as well, Kind of have to win in multiple ways as the Terran. But the Terran can do a lot of things the Protoss can't do as well, right? So it's the fun of StarCraft. Every race does have those different advantages. It does feel... I feel like the problem with Protoss advantages is they feel quite obnoxious. It's like, oh, I feel like you're losing this fight. It's like, you just warp in instantly and it's going to be good. It's just like, I get it, because I as a Terran main, I've definitely felt that as well, but it's also pretty obnoxious when Terrans siege up like 10 Liberators and you're like, oh, I literally can't engage into you, So there's those kind of factors as well. ByuN and Solar seem to be ready. Like I say, there's TVZ coming up. ByuN versus Solar for our second semi-final. Who will play Max Packs in the best of 5 finals today? That is what we are about to figure out. Alright, ByuN just restarting StarCraft 2 and then we'll get underway, guys. No Clement Hero today? Nope. There is GSL, I think it's GSL photo shoot today, so Hero might be doing something after that with some people. And Clem is playing in a different tournament, because unfortunately we have a tournament clash today, unfortunately. I think at the end of the day, one of the things to look at as well in TVP fights is like, if a Terran is sitting defensively, right? So say a Terran's sitting back at home defensively, they shouldn't be losing the fight to the point where an additional round of Zealot should be able to break through. Like, if that happens, you've lost the fight significantly badly. Like, your army defensively set up should be able to, in my eyes, hold. Because, or, if you lose a fight so much that Warping the Zealots makes such a difference, that should be on offense, right? So if you have that happen defensively, something went really wrong for you, because you should have enough of an advantage that that should never be the case. And at that point, the Protoss has just taken a good enough fight that they probably deserve to kind of push through and win, right? So, yeah. Anyways, best of 3 TVZ, as we have ourselves the second semi-final coming up right here. In the top right-hand corner, this is going to be our red Zerg player, Solar. On the bottom left, our blue Terran is ByuN. Does that mean ByuN is not in GSL? No, a bunch of the guys that are in GSL have played today as well. I'm just saying, if they were out at, doing a GSL photo shoot or whatever, it might be that some of them live further away, or some of them made plans to go out and eat or something, So it's not necessarily a case of, if they were in the GSL photo shoot or whatever, they can't be here. Just, some of them might have decided to do something with their day instead of coming back and playing StarCraft 2 in the evening, So yeah, they might have just made the most of the opportunity. The GSL photo shoot was a couple hours before we even went live, I'm pretty sure, so pretty sure there was plenty of time for a lot of people to get back, just different for anyone, But yeah, ByuN did qualify for GSL. ByuN asking, are you any good? And Solo saying I suck. These two full of confidence in their players always. Love to see it. The battle for who will fight Max Packs in the grand finals today begins here, as we have the hatch, gas, and pool. The barracks coming online and get settled down for a few moments. It might also be nothing to do with whatever was going on today. It might just be Hero says, you know what, I'm going to take a week off before GSL and just super hard practice and not play in any tournaments for a week. Take a couple weeks off the online cups. That might also be the case, right? We're so used to these guys playing every week, but with some bigger events coming up, we might see participation in these tournaments change for a little bit, right? Sola says if you lose to me, you need to retire. Kim says, gotta play better then. Ay. These two are very chatty, always very good fun with each other, always having some good fun when we're in the lobbies together and stuff, so no surprise to see them having a little bit of banter at the start of this game. That is a common occurrence for these two. As this Reaper is going to show up, link speed is going to be on the way through. A couple queens being added on as well. As that Reaper is going to throw another grenade down, just bounce some lings about, try and get in for the drones. For one drone already, not quite going to get that one just yet though. And going to turn back around as the Reaper comes back up to the high ground, jumping down. Triple CC going to be the choice from ByuN as we play this first game out on ley lines. ByuN has once again become, or had a tendency to kind of go towards being a bit more of a turtly Terran player again in this matchup, so something for us to think on, I imagine. So, Basika, thank you so much for the resub. Coming through with 33 months on that Prime. Woot! Hell yeah, thank you so much. I also just want to take a moment as well to thank a few of the people that donated to the Indiegogo earlier. We had I imagine when I did a little bit of a shout out, so there was a little flurry of support, so thank you so much if you're one of the few guys that joined the crowdfunder for the 2025 series earlier on. Again, I know I'm going to mention a lot, guys, but we've only got a month and a little bit to promote this and to try and gather as many funds as possible to run StarCraft 2 this year, so again, !2025 in the Twitch and the YouTube chats. We'll give you the link to the crowdfunder where you can find out more about it. If you do have any questions about it, or any concerns or anything, please bring them up as well. Super happy to answer any questions and stuff like that, or any suggestions, anything along those lines. Super open. Again, as always, we're very much so. Our goal is to make a fun set of tournaments for players to participate and a fun set of tournaments for you guys to watch. Transparency is one of the main things that we always want to have, and always have had on the stream as well, I think, in terms of where the money goes, why we need the money, stuff like that. It's one of the values we're going to continue to stick to as we crowdfund for the 2025 series this year. We're just going to hit that Overlord, so some damage being done, Ovi taking some shots. Going to be seeing the Marines going to get rid of the Overlord. Is we're going to have the Interference Matrix started, which suggests that that is going to be a fake. So not sure what the plan is from ByuN, because he is actually making a Banshee. So yeah, make an Interference Matrix. Can't imagine that that's going to be the actual plan, and that would probably lead us to a cancel here in the next few moments instead. Engineering Bay's barracks coming up. Just going to see the Bane Nest and the Evos coming through as well. Continue to get that on the way for now. Just getting all of that set up as the 1-1 upgrades, the stim pack coming through. Get ourselves a couple of barracks and the SCVs coming about as well. So just get all of that on the way for the moment. Banshee's going to fire some shots. The Ling goes down. I see those Hellions going to come fighting through, and just going to be seeing the couple of creep teamers going down as well. So putting that creep down, melee upgrades coming about, Overlord's coming over. The Ling's very much so on the way. And the Banshee's going to get through, and the Queen's going to be there to push those back again instantly. And the 1-1 coming about, the combat shield coming through, medevacs, tanks coming over, armory on the way, a Hydroden coming up on the side of Solus. A Hydroden, melee upgrades, Baneling speed. Need to get going with all of this as the Ling Bane gathers up. The few Queens are going to join together too. As many tumors as ByuN killed, there's a lot of creep. It's a sign of a good Zerg player, right? Able to keep getting that creep respread even when there's been adversity against the creep in the early stages. ByuN now setting up. It's still a little bit pinned back from where it would be, and that means that ByuN with this stim here already pushes it back quite far and will start to gain kind of immediate access towards this base. So that's actually quite nice. Marine's going to fly through, the Queen's going to be there, the melee upgrades, the Groove Spine's coming about, the Ling Bane going to come about. There's a tank getting wrapped around on, just going to be seeing the medevac's going to lift up and back away. Still the 1-1, the 1-1 coming through from Stola, finishing up as well. ByuN starts 2-2, but yeah, the first little bit of cleanup here definitely going Stola's way. Able to shut this down, push this back. Nicely done so far. Brings the tanks gather, the infestation pit coming up for the moment. As again, the Marines continue to fight through. Marines and the medevacs join together, still got the infestation pit coming online over the next few moments. We continue to get that set up. Gonna dive straight through that. Overlord speed is on that hatchery, which Isn't the craziest thing to lose, but it is one thing less that you'll have as Solar that you maybe were wanting to get into. ByuN is going to break through onto that base then, so again, knocking down the creep there with the first push, and now coming in with the second push working out. Sees the army over here, and he does start to get a stim and a tank shot into the center of the units as well. A nice little bit of control on that regard as the Banshees continue to get going. The Queens are going to pull down over in this direction too. Lingbane Hydra stepping across for now. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Hive and the Lurker then coming up. +1 missiles, +2 carapace coming up as well. Marines and tanks just going to step about as we have the couple of Queens here already getting jumped on. Lingbane Hydra going to step through again. The Queens are going to be there. The tanks are going to be shooting. Just pushing the Lings back the other way. Are we still gathering together? We're going to step forward. A couple of Banelan's going to get knocked away as well. So just going to see those already dropping. I mean, this is nice positioning from ByuN. Infestation Pit in some trouble, though that's not immediately going to be useful or utilized by Solar, I don't think. As obviously Hive is already done. Lurker's already coming up. And the Viper's on the way too. Once he hits those Lurkers, life's going to become a lot more difficult for ByuN, who didn't really pull away in time against those units. He just about got back in the end. Solar does take some losses to those tank shots. He is in desperate need of these Lurkers. ByuN is going to see them coming in. He's going to see them finishing kills. The first one going to continue forward. Going to look for the second. He is going to try and split against the Lurkers as he continues to fight on through. Scans are still good. The Lurkers going down, and ByuN is going to kill Solar as he reaches his maximum strength. Or should I say just before it, I suppose, because Solar on Lurkers is an absolute beast. But ByuN gets there just as those Lurkers are hitting the game. Wow. And committed to it as well, as he just sent it. And that is going to be a Game 1 victory here from ByuN as he takes the 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 semi-final. What an absolute brutal push through. Obviously, the first attack set up the way to kind of get to that base, knocking down a creep. And then he just sent it, did not stop once that opportunity arose in this second game, in this second shove, and just went straight on forwards. As our second map will be on Ultra Love, so we'll get that started here in just a second, guys. Game number 2 coming up. Alright, ByuN with the absolutely power push. Who would you guys rather see in the final, ByuN or Solar? Because I feel like Solar, the last couple of times he's played Max Packs, he's taken a map, but generally I feel as though Max Packs is getting pretty good control of those games. I don't know if ByuN would fare that much better against Max Packs either, though. A matchup he's struggling in at the moment. Yeah, I don't really know. Don't really know. Alright, we're going to go and kick off into this next game as we head into the top right-hand corner with the blue Zerg player. It is going to be down a map. The blue Zerg from Falcons is Solar. In the bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. Terran set an alarm on their phone when they queue into Solar to make sure they attack before Lurkers. Not a bad idea, to be fair. I mean, Solar is so freaking good at that stage of the game. Once he gets Lurkers up, he is really very powerful, plain and simple. He is very, very powerful in those stages of the game, so yeah. ByuN really did see the Lurkers. I really felt like ByuN was like, nope, this is it, I don't care. We are sending it. Solar does get so powerful in those states. We're coming down. Yeah, so that was the hatch, gas, and pool all coming up. Track's coming about. Gets settled in for a few moments. And yeah, Reaper in the orbital coming through here initially. Just going to see that SCV setting up to get going onto the natural. Going to put that into place. Here it comes across and gets set up here initially. Going straight across to this upper side. We're just going to throw down a couple of those grenades. The Ling's coming about. And next be going through. CC coming about. Getting set up for the moment. Marine just going to go nibbling at that Overlord. So a few shots coming about already. A few hits coming through early. Let's just have the Marine pulling back down and moving around. I'm going to get that link speed coming up. And again, CC, Starport coming through. Orbit Command about to finish up. Hellions on the way. CC building, SCVs and the Hellions continue to come about as well. As those Queens gather, Reaping the Hellions join up as well. One grenade goes down, Queens are going to get popped over to the sides. And Banshee Hellions, the Marine coming about. Stimpak coming through. Orbital going to move over. Factory gets off the reactor. This time actually going to get that Banshee out with no cloak. And second Banshee on the way as well. So we'll see how much of an impact they can have from ByuN as we make our way through the early stages. Gets that third onto location. Shouldn't be much Solar can do about that early. And he is going to drop the Evolution Chambers and play the upgrades as the early kind of plan for himself. So getting an idea of where Solar is taking things. As ByuN just heads into Stim, the extra barracks coming up. And he gets all of that prepared. I feel like Terrans don't make the early Viking to clear Overlords anymore. Yeah, I've definitely seen a little bit less of that lately. I think there's just not much you want to hide from Overlords at the minute, right? Terrans seem to have been really settled into a very standard meta as of late, so if you're not trying to do things where you mix it up a whole bunch, what does it matter if the Zerg sees what's going on with the Overlord? Like, 9 times out of 10, nothing was changing anyway, so... So that Viking, we've seen a little bit more harassment-focused units, like we've seen the Raven a couple of times, seen the Banshees here and there. That's obviously not good at all for ByuN as these Marines get caught, the Hellions out of position. Let's see how much we lose. As the Hellions pull back over, a couple of those Lings are going to get grabbed. But yeah, my main point going to be that... 2 SCVs, 3 SCVs isn't bad. My main point here just being the fact that obviously, you know, maybe once the builds start having a little bit more variety coming around... then maybe that kind of comes back into play, right? But right now, it just almost feels like it's just more worthwhile to get out and to actually try and get some damage done. Hello, upgrades coming through. Bane Nest about to finish. Lyra's on the way. Cryptium is going down. Still got the melee upgrades coming about. Bane speed coming around. Queen's gathering. Melee upgrades coming through. Bane speed coming up. Gonna have that Marine tank coming about as well. A couple of drones going to get shot at. So 6 workers going down. Banshee's actually getting some good damage here. ByuN really able to put some good harassment in so far. Queen's still firing. The Banshee's pulled back. Just going to see the Marines and the Hellions stepping through. A couple of creep tumors going down right now. I love the damage that ByuN's done. Definitely gets you into a good position. Couple of Banes going down as they try and make their way through. A couple of Hellbats just there to help clean up some of the creep. ByuN's still set up on that right side. I like that Soul's going to dive over here. Gives you a better chance to try and get something done. Marines still step forward. Hellbats as well. Sport roll off to the side. Just going to go down too. Marines, Hellbats continue to fight. Queen's still taking some damage. Lift up. Marines going to load. Going to head in toward the main base on the left-hand side. ByuN just going to be pushing up to the top side as well, so continues to get that on the way right here and now. Now this is looking great. 2 bases go down, both going to be beneficial to ByuN obviously, and Solo's going to be in a world of trouble here. I don't see what he does. Prince is going to shoot. Hatchery going to take some shots. It's going to be seeing the hatch going down. A few Crudelins going down. Viper in the Adrenal Glands. Ultra Cavern coming up. Marines are going to step over as you just see the Queen, the Lings continue to get picked away. Our Crypt Tumors dropping as well. Hatchery gets cancelled. Is going down, just making sure ByuN that Solo does not re-expand on this right-hand side. He has got complete grips on this game on Ultra Love. Solo's going to try and get to Ultras and hope that that can maybe swing things a little bit in his favor, and maybe these Ultras can force ByuN to at least slow down and give Solo a little bit of breathing room or a little bit of a chance. One Spore going down, the Lings continue to run in. I'm just going to be seeing the other Banes coming across, the Vipers coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the tanks getting abducted up, shots coming about, the Lings get a wrap around, Ultra going to be there as well. I mean, tanks just keep on target firing Banelings. ByuN's doing all the right things to take good enough trades right now. He can lift up and evacuate a bunch of these units. Solo actually gets a pretty decent pushback. And ByuN is still only a 3-base Terran, so maybe there's a world and a place that we can hope. If you are a Solo fan right now, or if you're just a fan of maybe seeing a Game 3 in this series. ByuN is playing very well at the moment, I would say. Looking good. Well, a bit more bio gathering at the front. Just going to be seeing this hat-trick cancelled again. ByuN maintaining this as just a consistent 3-base Zerg is going to make it so difficult for Solo, especially as his own, extra bases are building up back at home, so he's eventually going to be expanding through himself. Adding on some Liberators, so you're getting a better answer to these Ultras as well. Liberators are going to be very good zoning units in that scenario, so that's going to help a lot. Marines load back into the medevac. It's going to pull back there once again. Stepping forward once more. Couple of Banes step through. The Lings are going to step forward as well. Just going to be seeing the Bio continue to pull back. Ultras will be going down, so the Ultras getting jumped on. Yeah, honestly, a little bit of a messy fight for ByuN because he lets Banelings kind of crash into him during this. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but ByuN does take a few more connections from those Banes. than may be necessary. GG's, and that is going to be ByuN going 2-0 over Solar. ByuN will make it back to the WardiTV finals for the third ever time, I believe. I believe he was in that finals once. If you guys remember, he's actually one of the first play. He was the first player to win a WardiTV Monday, so he's the first ever WardiTV champ, Monday champ. And then he was back in the finals for the second time ever in week 26 back in March, where he lost to Hero. So back to the WardiTV Monday finals for the third time ever, but against one of the Titans in Max Packs is going to make that a difficult series coming up. As ByuN really did just show up. And that stim into the lugs, that commitment was very, very cool to see. He really believed in that game one. I feel like he brought that belief into game two a little bit. Hopefully he can bring that belief into a series against Max Packs. Always a challenge. Let's see if ByuN can put up a fight today, as we'll be getting that TVP best of 5 ready probably very quickly. These two are typically pretty fast vetoers, so I would imagine we get into this pretty smoothly and get into this ByuN Max Packs best of 5 to wrap up today, although ByuN's not on the American server just yet, so maybe not quite as quickly. Not easy to knock off Solar 2-0. No, it's not easy to knock off Solar at all. Solar's an absolute beast. An absolute beast. Oh. I'm gonna take a break on screen maybe for a couple minutes just while we have ByuN hopping servers and so on. I think so. Let's take a moment or two, guys. I'll come back when we come back. It's our final match of the day. ByuN Max Packs best of 5 finals is up next. Amygdala going to be map 1 of this best of 5 finals, guys. We get this ready to kick off and get into play. Ready says Max Packs. And ByuN waiting to ready up in a moment or two. Our 3rd and 4th place is decided. They're not the same position. There's no difference between 3rd and 4th. Yeah, it says when they put third and fourth place on the Wikipedia, I don't even think it makes a difference. And then on the it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Shouldn't show up anywhere. Should just be exactly the same. All right, looks like the maps have been set. Jump into Amygdala for this first game of this series. So best of 5 starting up right here. Get Amygdala underway. As we have down to the bottom left-hand corner to start us off, the red Protoss player. This is MaxPax. GLHF gets called. We get this going. And we have ourselves MaxPax in the bottom left, ByuN in the upper right. Game number 1, best of 5 finals. Like I said, ByuN, his third time in 33 editions to make it to the finals of a WardiTV Monday. It ain't easy to do. Very few people have made a finals of this event before, because MaxPax, Clem, and Hero really do just dominate it. Let's see what we get as ByuN settles down. MaxPax settles in. We get that ready to go. Cybercore coming down, Engineering Bay in the barracks coming up, and gets settled in as the SUV pulls back there for a moment or two. Engineering Bay blocking on the natural. Nexus builds on the third base, the SUV coming across. Oh, Nexus continues to come through for a second or two. We are going to see the Adept and the Warp Gate coming up as well, so just get this a roll. And obviously Nexus comes down on the third base location because of the way that this opens, so we'll get that set up and see how that goes. As the out of position Nexus can sometimes be a little bit of an issue. It's going to have ourselves the factory coming online, the refinery and the reactor coming up. Factory is going to be done very shortly as SCC just continues along. So again, keep that on the go for a moment or two and get this all set up. Marines on the way out as well currently. This Twilight Council obviously gives you that blink opening, which we really expect to see most of the games here out of MaxPax. It really is his comfort opening in this matchup. As ByuN gets a Cyclone on the way. We'll look to see if we can do anything early with that. The Command Center building on the high ground as well. Just a very safe way to set up, making sure that the early harassment and MaxPax can't start getting away from you here or anything. So just try and get that all going. As that Cyclone still building. Starport gets set. Going to begin to build a medevac. Get that underway too. Robo facility coming up as we speak. So again, we get that all settled in for a moment or so as that Adept continues to move around. So again, we bring that about. Robo dropping down into place. Well, blink halfway until ByuN hits some aggression. We're just starting to move out. Not much else to mention as MaxPax just sets up himself. Stalk's going to be stepping forward to start trying to meet this Cyclone. Gets an initial lock on And we do see the next Stalker warping in. Battery available here. Marines actually get quite a few good shots off there as well. Blink going to be finishing shortly. Immortal and the Stalker coming in. Medevac still gathering up on the top side. Again, Liberator and a siege tank coming through as well, as we continue to bring that all into play here just for the moment. Barracks coming about. Blink and the Immortal coming online. The barracks will finish in a few moments from ByuN, so just get that finished. Get that completed early on. Cyclone siege tank going to be there. Stalker's getting hit. Is Hero playing today? Nope, no Hero sign up today. Sorry, missed that on the YouTube chat. I know that was a few minutes ago, but no Hero today. It's the finals, ByuN max packs. Not really any upsets in the bracket, because like I say, Hero and Clem were both not playing. So you might see this final and be like, whoa, you knocked out the big dogs, but they just weren't playing today, so yeah. And Stimpack and that +1 upgrade continue through. Charge and the +1 attack coming about. The Colossus is on the way through as well. The starport about to finish up on the reactor. Get that done in a couple moments. All settled as the barracks going to lift off. Move over to the tech lab factory. Going to go up beyond the starport. A couple medevacs still producing through as well. Charge not far from being done. The +1 attack coming through. A couple of gateways on the way up as well. The Bioforce will get there and chase those Stalkers down for a little bit. So ByuN's starting to push out onto this map. And +1 and the charge both coming through will both be aids here for MaxPax, who loses a Stalker. Not the best in micro, not perfect. As we come across the other way, just have ourselves the shove continuing. But there's a Colossus here, and ByuN sees that. So I don't know if he really wants to try and set up into that Colossus or what. And just be honest, I feel like the moment the Colossus is out lately, I'm so scared for the Terrans. Well, again, just the stim combat and +1 all gathering together. The hallucination there will come through as well. So +1 and extended thermal lance on the way about for the moment. Vikings on the way. Marine Marauder popping through. Just gonna get that all settled in. Little scan coming about. We'll look to see what's going on for a few moments. Continue to settle here just now. Step back across. Take a couple of seconds. Next coming through. Temple Archives coming down as well. Let's get that tech up and online as we see our Colossus from MaxPack starting to go across to the other side. So a little bit of a shove over for a couple of moments here, trying to see a bit of what's going on. High Templars joining together, the Archon coming up. Just going to see the army of ByuN just sat back. MaxPack's going to threaten the push in. ByuN just going to sit there and let these units walk into him and basically get rid of all of the Zealots for free. The Zealots don't hit a single time here. And now, as MaxPack's gone a bit too far, ByuN feels like he can chase forward. A couple of Vikings chipping through the Colossus. Not a lot of Stalkers around, which means that you actually can, actually get those Vikings to put a lot of work in. The Liberator does not go down there either. Nice positioning from ByuN on that. The Marines in the bunker will get rid of the Zealots there. And again, this next round of Zealots on this army is not going to do too much. Vikings will get rid of one of the Colossus now, as ByuN taking a good selection of fights here against MaxPax. Warping of Stalkers, as MaxPax definitely recognizing the need to protect those Colossus from those Vikings. We finally get rid of that Lib on the other side. A good couple of moments here from ByuN. A good start to some of these fights. Definitely a reasonable setup for the moment as the Bio and the Vikings gather up together. Tank and the Ghost joining up as well. Again, Marine Marauder, Viking, all coming online for now. And Archon will just settle into the front. The armor upgrade coming about. The forges are coming in. The zealots are building. Colossus is about to finish. And again, a couple of ghosts will be popping at the same time. Fire chasers. Stalkers get pushed. The Vikings going to be overhead. And the Disruptor and the armor upgrade coming about. The extra zealots in production. Gates on the way. Stalkers will just shoot away a couple of the Vikings. The Colossus will continue to fire. The ByuN units go back the other side. I mean, ByuN obviously trying to take an opportunity to attack in and take advantage of what has been a decent selection of fights from him so far in this game. Can he continue that on MaxPax's side of the map? There's a couple of Zealots and Archons on the top seem indestructible. They lasted so long. The Vikings will get rid of all the Colossus, though, with the Colossus down. And reinforcing ByuNs get enough done. The Archon falls as well. Just that Immortal and a Disruptor left over in terms of tech units. The concern for ByuN might be the lack of upgrades, right? Armory and Engineering Bay are only just starting now, so 2-2 is not on the horizon. 2-2 is a long way off. And that might be one of the bigger problems here in general at the moment as the Robo Facility gathers. The Nexus coming through. Archon Disruptor coming about. +1 armor also coming through for the moment. The Ghost will build. The ByuN's just going to jump onto that set of rocks here. Sensor Tower coming up as well. The Vikings and the Bio just going to knock those rocks down. CC going to fly over to the front. Drop down a Robo Facility in the center as well. Still got the Zealots and the Colossus. The +1 armor coming about. There's a few Marauders and the Ghost coming through. At the 2-2 upgrades on. Bio coming in from that bottom side. Couple Colossus coming over. Take the Watchtower. Just have ourselves again a few Zealots, a couple Colossus coming about. Bio army gathering up. Just, yeah, a little bit of Bio there to knock away the Zealot as well. Bio still stepping up for the moment. 2 Colossus at a time. MaxPax definitely realizing the power of those. ByuN getting that gold base back up and operational in the middle of Amygdala here, so trying to get that up and running just for the moment, like I say. Additional upgrades coming through too with the 3-2 on the way, the +1 ship weapons, the 2-2 attack upgrades as well. Like I said, a little bit of everything coming about just for now. As we get that all settled in, the single Zealot there, going to get rid of the Marine. Just going to pick that off. Some of the Zealots charging forward there. That Colossus getting hit by the EMP, but ByuN not quite with enough yet to still fight through that. The 2-2 upgrades are still coming in. That Starport going to be finishing very shortly. Can you bring that through for the moment as the setup continues. The upgrades coming about. The ship weapons coming online. Bring a lot of this in for the moment as we continue to settle here. Just having ourselves, the Bioforce is going to continue to fight. A couple of Colossus are going to be there as well, coming in from 2 different sides. Disruptor shot going towards a few Marauders. Vikings going to jump onto a lot of the Colossus as well. ByuN's losing this fight, and after a lot of good fights earlier in the game, I think what really kills ByuN is some of the commitment he was at towards those fights earlier on, right? That Storm's still coming through, the upgrade's still coming about. Dark Shrine, the Gateway's coming up as well. Continue to bring a lot of that by as the rest of this continues into place. At Storm, and all the other upgrades continue through. The Dark Shrine still coming about. Gateway's on the way up. Bring a lot of that into play currently as the Sensor Tower is going to get jumped on, so those couple of Colossus will get through. Sensor Tower will go down. Just going to be seeing Bioforce going to try and kite back. This is where ByuN made some of the better defenses of this game early on. Unfortunately, now they are a thing of the past, and MaxPax looking to push through for the 1-0 lead. Dies onto a Disruptor. He's going to eat the next Disruptor shot. Those Mortals will then shoot through those low HP Marauders. And that's going to be GG. Good first initial attempt here from ByuN. But MaxPax able to win out in what was a longer game. I almost wonder if we need to kind of just go a bit more kind of aggressively as ByuN and just sort of hit super early, hit hard. Try and get some damage done in the early stages of these games. We'll get game 2 sorted out in a couple of moments. MaxPack's just very good at finding ways to survive, finding ways to weasel his way into just positions which, even though it doesn't start off well, he can survive through it and get to that next stage of the game so much more comfortably. That's the sort of game which I feel like is very disheartening at the start of a best of 5, because that's the sort of game to me which says, hey look, even when the game gets you into a good position, it's going to be a real struggle for you. And those good positions don't come around every game as well, right? So now if we open up evenly, it's hard to get hopeful for ByuN because he really struggled, right? So it's definitely a little bit of a challenge. Definitely going to be a little bit of a point of conflict as we get ourselves game 2 coming up as we speak, guys. This is the WardiTV Mondays. If you are enjoying, as always, do consider supporting the channel. Obviously, do consider prime subbing up, following, liking, subscribing. I've actually been doing some interesting analysis on the YouTube lately. Did you guys know that 50% of YouTube live viewers are not subscribed? So literally, if you're in the chat right now, there's a 50-50 chance that you're not subbed on YouTube. So hey, go subscribe on the YouTube. If everyone subscribed on the YouTube and just clicked that button, we would hit our YouTube subscriber goal within the month. We want to try and get to 50,000 YouTube subs. We're about 4,000 away. If everyone watching just hit the button, we'd be there within a month. Which would be crazy. So, yeah, if you're watching on the YouTube, please hit the sub button. Helps us out so much. I'm gonna use that. That's gonna be my favorite stat for the next couple of weeks. See if we can try and get that percentage up a little bit. See if we can try and shove it over. So, yeah. And that is a real stat too. I'm not just making it up to be 50-50. It's genuinely true. It's actually 50-50. It's like 50.2 versus 49.8 or so. Hit you with the link? Absolutely. I'll send you guys over to YouTube as well. From Twitch. That counts too. That works. Even more chances of us hitting the goals if the, if we go there from Twitch, you know. Already subbed there? Yeah, well, some people will be. See, 50-50. One person asked for the link, the other person's already subbed. It's so true. Game number 2, Young Killer's Mile, going to be our map. As we get into the early stages of this second game. Engineering Bay going down, Barracks coming up, Gateway coming over. I'm just going to be having ourselves a few probes are going to pull across as the SCV will take a few nibbles. So a few nibbles coming about early on, getting settled. And just going to try and delay and deny that command center to the best of our ability. Just try and be as much of an annoyance as we can on that one. Well, continues up, so we just get settled down. Again, we take a few moments here to establish ourselves in this game 2. Factory, reactor, the refinery coming about. Reaper's going to be hopping up towards the upper right-hand side as well. It's just going to get moving over there as I try to see a bit of what's going on. And the Adept going to step across as well to try and help things out for the next couple of moments. Reaper going to take a few more shots. And the Adept going to chase that Reaper away, push that out. For the moment, so far so good. As, yeah, Factory, CC coming about, the SCV in production as well. All of that coming through. Reaper going to pull back over as the Twilight Council continues into play. Shoot probe is going to go down. The other probe pulling back across. Adept's going to continue to swing about. Just going to see the Stalker able to deny the Reaper as Twilight Council finishing. I'm going to stick with the Starport on the way in. The Widow Mine coming up and a couple of other Marines coming through as well. Facility building online here, obviously, as well. MaxPack's really not taking any kind of crazy turn in this so far. Really just playing pretty standard for the first few moments of this setup. Marine's going to step forward. They're going to get rid of the Adept as well. And now I'm going to continue to challenge against the Stalker. Obviously, MaxPack's getting some Marines out of this too, so should be feeling pretty okay about it. Early on, again, that Blink tank, a couple of Marines all continue through for the moment. Get that underway just here initially. Medevac has the 2 Widow Mines, like I said before. That gives you the chance to actually get across and put some pressure on, so we're going to be seeing how well that goes for us next couple of moments. Done Shoreline gives MaxPack that ability to be a bit more aggressive out on the map. Set back up over there. Raven the Marines coming through as well. Siege tank coming through, the bunker is coming online. Get that barracks finished in a couple of moments. Stop, we're going to lift off with the tech lab, bring it away. Going a little bit elsewhere. Gonna get straight onto that medevac. We will get both the Widow Mines unloaded at least, and the Stalkers having committed through like that. Actually, it's not that Blink available, it's just good positioning. So no Stalker loss. 2 probes go down. That's gonna be fine then. The defense from MaxPack's hard to really say otherwise there. Just shuts that down immediately and means it's not lingering around. 2 probes is absolutely fine. Like, ByuN's okay with it as well, but I think MaxPack is always very happy when he doesn't have to stick around and continue to figure out answers to this. We're going to fire a couple of probes. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers firing about. A couple of tanks taking shots. Marines stepping through as well. Probes going down. So, hey, nice damage from ByuN. Maybe what he needs is he sets up to try and keep on pushing. Can he push in? I mean, Raven going to rejoin with this. Colossus out. I feel like the answer is honestly no, not really. Step straight through. Stalker's going to blink across. 1 tank going down. The rest of these Marines continue to fight. The Colossus still firing. Both of those Stalkers continue to drop there. The Colossus gets turned around the other direction again. I'm just going to be seeing Stimpak about to finish. +1 attack coming through as well. The Marines will get rid of the Zealot. Nice shutdown. Nice denial as another Marine comes up through the center. ByuN is trying to pull back. A couple Stalkers just intercepting some reinforcements, but the rest of the army gets there. Stalkers have to give up on that attempt just for the moment. Pulling that away. And we do have ourselves the Colossus, the +1, extended thermal lands all coming through. Sentry on the way up. A couple gates in the probes building as well. Dropping those extra gates down in that main base currently. Again, +1 and the combat shield continue to get going. ByuN's unloading, a couple of pros going to get shot at, finally going to be in some trouble. That Robo Bay is actually going to be a target here, but not before the Forge, and +1 gets denied 4 seconds from finishing. Colossus get there, but we killed the Stalker too, so we can evacuate most of those units. Even saves that Marauder that was super low. That felt as though he was destined to die. Nice cleanup from MaxPack, but yeah, the Forge goes down, so your upgrade gets delayed, and ByuN going to give himself a little bit of hope and potential here in this one. The Stalkers will intercept the medevacs, but it comes at the cost. The Stalkers will die, so 1 Stalker maybe gets out of there alive, which is reasonable, I guess, but still not exactly great. Rest of the bio pulling back away to the left. And these few units get away would be really nice just to preserve a little bit more of the bio. We will stim. Stalker's already blinked, so it looks like they will get back. Bunker, tanks. Setup is very well established here right now, defensively speaking. So it looks as though we should be good in that regard. So seeing those few Colossus, Stalkers, and the Sentries continue to come over. Vikings will be there. The Colossus get turned around. The Depot already taking damage. The tank shot firing. Centering a couple of Stalkers going down as well. Prism will unload a few of those Zelds. He's going to get in for the SCVs. And the Bio is going to be there. There's a couple of Zelds getting picked away at. Vikings going to go and they will get rid of that Prism as well up that left hand side. So just cheering through. Nearly loses a Colossus though. Again, got to be a little bit cautious. Attack unit's important. As MaxPack's got a couple SCVs out of all this for now. And a couple of Vikings coming through, plus 1 armor is about to finish up as well. And ByuN will have a good set of 1-1 upgrades against the 1-1 that comes in from MaxPax. Remember that +1 could have been well on the way to +2 already, but not quite the way of things in the end. Storm 1-1 upgrades all coming through. The couple of 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. Ship weapons is coming up as we speak. Just getting that army settled between the bases. MaxPack's on 5 bases, or going up toward 5 bases right now. So starting to get to that point once again where he's able to take a lot of control in this game, really get into a much stronger position. There's a couple of Zealots and Stalkers taking damage. The Bioforce will chase through, chase those Zealots down. Turning back the other direction, those Stalkers are going to get chased away as well. It's just going to push that back. As the Stalkers gather up, the Ghosts coming through, the ship weapons coming online, the 2-2, big part of that as well for the moment. I feel like ByuN isn't harassing Ellie as much as he should against a player like MaxPax. I think in general in TVP, harassment is down at the moment. Which would be great if TVP was a workplace, but unfortunately, it's a matchup where you actually kind of, in the past, Terrans love to harass, but I think it's becoming so difficult because the Protoss army can be such a big ahead on the map that you've got to respect it. It's difficult to justify splitting so many units apart, right? And because of that, it's like you're kind of scared, and then if you go and harass, and it's just a warping away from being defended. I think that's the frustrating part. Like, to really harass effectively, maybe like a Libera so is easily done, but it's also easily figured out. I think there's just so much investment needed to make it work nowadays. The Terrans are seen it's just not really worthwhile versus just trying to hang on at home, because that Protoss army, like I say, is such a strong factor on the map. It definitely is an interesting kind of question mark, because like I say, I feel like this is not quite how you usually see this is the matchup being, but I do think harassment has really been much less utilized lately, and that can really be my only real reason why. The EMPs go down. Just going to be seeing the Vikings going to step up. A couple of Colossus will be under some heavy fire here as going to get rid of one. Should be able to get rid of two. That other one's low HP. The Storms dissipate. The rest of this army is actually pretty weak already. Just Stalkers, no Zealots at all. ByuN is going to absolutely demolish this fight. Okay, well, that's a win from ByuN. MaxPax has a ton of money. He's going to instantly rebuild Zealots, start Disruptors as kind of an emergency splash damage unit. See if we can get some of those out as ByuN starts to come to the other side. 100 to 50 army supply storm from the high ground is cute. Anything you can do to try and chip away at that Terran army will help as we do snipe that High Templar in return. The High Templar showing up is going to drop a storm as well. You can see ByuN is already still unsure about where to attack in. Now the army supply advantage is decreasing. He's going to take a chance to get into advanced ballistics, get that Liberator range online. If you already had Liberators here, I'm sure he'd be feeling amazing just kind of setting up and getting into a position. Unfortunately, that's not really the case at the moment as the High Templar falls. Still, I mean, some storms coming down, but they're not like major storms on top of everything, right? As the attack starts up, a couple of those Zealots start to take down. Disruptor shot, going to land on a couple Marauders. Another storm coming down, Zealots coming through too. Disruptor actually turned away, could have connected there. A little mistake from MaxPax, finds another storm. I just feel like when storm is on the map, there's just so many storms nowadays. Disruptor shot, not quite going to reach for the moment. This Disruptor will go down as ByuN comfortably steps up. You need a little bit of that confidence. As you chase away, MaxPack's going to start pushing ByuN back, and he's going to do it. For now, definitely going to have ByuN falling back a little bit. Try to get the snipe on that High Templar, by the way, but became an Archon before it could happen. Liberators will start showing up, and that's going to be the reinforcement to this push. That's going to go a long way. And EMP comes down. We could do with EMPs on the top right now. A lot of those units are clumped, but that's also true for the Terran army that just gets disrupted. MaxPack is going to chase through. Obviously, once you get past those Liberator zones, the Liberators are then free pickings as well, so they're going to go down very quickly and easily. ByuN just has to fall back from that fight. Man, again, just MaxPack's buying himself time with a couple of those storms, making ByuN unsure about committing in. And by the time ByuN took a fight, MaxPack is up onto a bunch of disruptors. Like, there's so much time buying being done by MaxPack. Like, he is genuinely able to scare ByuN so much from committing to like an answer. It's kind of wild, as I think, did he just lose with that fight as well now? The Liberator sieging up, the Zealots get turned away. +3 armor on the way through, +2 ship weapons coming up as well. The storm coming down, the bio steps over to the sides. Liberator at least going to get a few probes, but man, it's rough right now, because like I said, ByuN just lost a lot of his army. MaxPack's had money to spend before, so that was a recovery kind of system for him. ByuN's going to try and set up on a 5th base. The Liberators are something he's gotten into, though, and that should help to keep him very safe, or much safer in this situation as well. That should definitely be a little bit of a help. We have ourselves the Liberator here. Going to go down too. Stalker's able to get it. The rest of that army still coming about. Vikings, Marauders, the Ghost coming through, +2 ship weapons, and all the rest coming online as well currently. As we do see the Colossus firing back. ByuN's taking damage, +3 armor. Shadow Stride coming up. Going to get rid of that Colossus as well. Another nice grab. Any Colossus you get rid of is going to be a pretty sizable deal. Again, really reliant on these Liberators, and the one thing that is going to be very true here is that we're not really in a position to deal with Liberators as MaxPacks. Like, his Stalker count isn't super crazy good, and he's obviously nowhere near getting towards Tempests or anything along those lines. So ByuN has definitely taken a tech advantage at this point with these armies. Let's see how this goes, as the Liberators will continue to zone. High Templars will not be able to move up there. That was a very good fight for ByuN. MaxPack's reinforces with 13 Zealots, but 13 Zealots are not going to, add a lot to this army. They're just going to add a buffer to it again. And as long as that's the case, ByuN is going to continue to sit pretty happy. Fairly pretty, as MaxPack's 94 probes, yes. Is mining a crap ton at the moment, quite frankly. But all of that mining is obviously going to go a long way. That is why he's able to kind of take what has been some of the worst fights in this game so far. He's 5,000 resources lost, worse for wear. And his army is permanently smaller because of that worker count, which is obviously not ideal either. He's going to blink in with those Stalkers. Disruptor will try and push back some of the Bio Forces. The Vikings should chase here. There's not a lot of Stalkers left because they just committed onto that Liberator. So the Vikings should get fairly free pickings on the Colossus, but ByuN walks into Disruptor fire. He just lets that Disruptor do way more than it should have been able to. That Disruptor shot should have never been that good. He had no reason to be chasing down into the Disruptor shot there. Should have easily been able to split away and pull back. ByuN is going to still clean out a lot of the tech units. MaxPack's rebuilds Colossus. There's still a good Viking count in this guy, so ByuN going to rebuild some Liberators. Some Vikings on the way. Finds a Storm. MaxPack has actually not got a lot of High Templar, right? So only 2 on the map. 1 full of energy, though, about to arrive, but a Liberator plus the Planetary going to turn units away. Don't think MaxPack is getting up this ramp anytime soon. With the scan coming down, just going to see the Bio still pulling backwards. Storm dropping again. We blink on top of the Liberator. The Vikings get grabbed by a Storm as well, so a few shots there. The Stalkers continue to shove. The Liberator is going to try and step forward. We do see the rest of these Stalkers coming through as well. 2 Liberators cover that ramp, and that's going to be the difficulty. MaxPack has continued to play in this position. Has not really found a way to attack otherwise. Those Buddha shots are actually going to be really nice. Into the Stalkers, into the Zealots. Do the Zealots leak in toward the Natural. ByuN going to maybe need a few more units there, or repair that bunker. He actually was okay, and he survived. The Vikings very nearly 1 shot away from getting that Colossus kill too. Would have been really neat. As the Liberators are going to try and go to work, MaxPack's just still trying to force ByuN around corners and force him to move around as ineffectively as possible so that he can try and capitalize and move into some better positions. Vikings still trying to chase the Colossus down. This is almost purely a Zealot army right now from MaxPax, which in theory should not do well enough in the long term, right? So again, you might be thinking, well, MaxPax is trading so bad, and yet he's just coming through again with more and more units, but it is mostly Zealots. Like I say, it's not like he's keeping a great amount of tech units alive. He's now going to start up the Stargate, so he's now going to start looking toward the possibility that he might possibly be able to go into something down kind of, long-term answer against those Liberators, which is something that definitely has been missing so far. The Stalkers get underneath that Liberator is going to go down. The Vikings are going to fire. The Zealots are going to charge through. Going to be seeing the Bio here starting to fight. A couple of those Zealots get turned around. The Colossus getting turned away as well. Fire Army coming about. Similarly, it will fall. Marine Marauder Liberator still coming about as well. We get ourselves another stim. All those Zealots going down. The Colossus going to be there. Just going to be having a Disruptor shot flying through. Not quite able to connect yet. There we do see it connecting now. Those Disruptors will start to drop, but ByuN is taking a lot of damage to the Zealots, so the Zealots fire doing a lot. However, Liberator shows up and will deny some mining. The thing is ByuN realizes this is more and more just pure Zealot heavy. He can kind of answer that a little bit more easily as well. He can take kind of fights and positions that play around that concept, rather than just kind of letting those Zealots be as annoying as they have been. Had to build a Phoenix here to deal with some of the ranged Liberator positions too. Something else that slowed MaxPax down significantly, as the resource loss still sticks at about a 10,000 difference. As long as ByuN sits here with the 5-base setup, that's fairly manageable. I mean, you could argue maybe at some point he needs a 6th base, but I guess taking the 6 o'clock soon may not be too much of an issue. Good EMPs going towards the back portion of that army. Again, lets the Disruptor just smack him in the face, though. Like, he literally just watches this punch coming, and he's just like, yeah, he hit me in the face. Ow, whoa, what the hell, that hurt? Like, that Disruptor shot from so far away. This was not a Disruptor that just clipped the edge or something like that. Like, he saw that coming in from a long way off, and I can't believe he lets that just, like I say, hit him in the face like that. That's the sort of thing that keeps MaxPax in this game. Taking big Disruptor shots in the center of your army. Like, it's one thing to not be paying attention. Sometimes the Disruptor shot hits big, right? It's another thing to be in the middle of an active fight and just refusing to micro against that. Like, your priorities have to be higher against... Like, I understand there's a lot going on. You need to EMP. You want to split against Zealots, blah, blah, blah. Splitting against a Disruptor in the middle of your army needs to be a high priority, because otherwise you end up in a lot of trouble very quickly, so... yeah. Let's see our scan coming around again. A couple Vikings overhead. ByuN going to step forward toward that Nexus as you see ByuN starting to make some better efforts towards actually denying bases on and around the map. Little EMP towards a couple of those Stalkers. Disruptor shot going to fly in from afar. Obviously, bottom right, MaxPax is expanding over there now. As obviously, if ByuN stretches to the upper left, maybe then we could do something more around the bottom side. Liberator is going to siege up. There's a very good fight for ByuN. A lot of MaxPax's army will just melt away in that situation, so that's a clean, easy shutdown at that point in time. Again, this is really just... This army of MaxPax is just so far from, its greatest time. Scan coming about. A couple Liberators will be sieging. Disruptors are going to step through. And Bio just going to have to kite back a little bit. Units coming in from two different angles. Zealots and High Templars coming about as well, as we have the... Stalkers continue to be chased for the moment. Medevacs and Marauders coming through. It's a nice storm on top of Marines and Marauders there. Ghosts as well. I think it was the only storm available. It was a very good one. Liberators are going to siege up late into this fight. As the Zealots start to leak through, are they going to be able to do enough? A couple of Vikings will get rid of that Colossus. Eventually. Taking a little while, man. That Colossus gets to live for a while. MaxPax coming now down on supply. Warps and Zealots again. Still sitting at 90 probes. ByuN could really do with a little bit of harassing that bottom right again. Just shut down those bases coming online. I think at this stage, when MaxPax is not as aggressively placed in the game, I think this is when you should be able to, as the Terran, be able to take down a base or two, right? Like this is where I think you should succeed if you go across the map and drop a group of Marauders or a few Marines just to hit a base. Obviously, Liberators are very effective too. The Stalker's instantly there to shut down that Liberator, so that's an easy cleanup for the moment. MaxPax are expanding top left, the base that ByuN just got rid of moments ago. Chasing, a little EMP comes down. Pull back once again. deliberate coming about. I'm just going to see those Vikings showing up. I'm going to start surging through the middle of the map here. A couple Colossus going to get jumped on. One Colossus falls. Two Colossus go down. MaxPax's army's going to get chased. He has no splash damage left. ByuN is finally going to put some finishing touches to this game. And after 25 minutes on Killer's Mile, ByuN will be victorious. We will get to a 1-1 scoreline. So ByuN will fight back in this grand final. He will not let himself get washed under the rug, not in any stretch of the imagination. And we will have a continued battle between these two as we head into a game number 3 in a few moments. So ByuN fighting back, making some action in the finals here. Man, it really feels as though it's a struggle, though. If he wants to play a longer game, it just feels like MaxPax gets so much control in those situations. Let's see what happens as we'll get into that in just a couple of moments, guys. We'll be heading our way into this in just a second and continuing the game. So, into this momentarily as we go into Sandworm. Before everyone gets swapped around. And we had a little bit of an issue getting people in the lobby, but looks as though that's fixed already. You should be able to get this going. Kick this off in the next couple of moments. Alright, Sandworm coming through. And get this set off. We get this underway. Let's go into game number 3. Sandworm's a very fun map as well. I like this one a lot for TVP. Definitely makes you move around the middle very interestingly, so see what happens. ByuN and MaxPax go into this game 3. It's all tied up in the finals of WardiTV Mondays 33. Thank you so much for joining, watching, and enjoying. As we have in the top right corner of the map, our blue Protoss player. This is MaxPax, and he lost that second game, bringing him down to being tied up in this series. Bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. As we get into game 3 of this best of 5, we get this kicked off. Yep, this is best of 5, guys. Best of 5 finals just for the weekly cup. Best of 7's a little extreme, so just best of 5. WardiTV Mondays are amazing. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoy them. As always, if you do enjoy the events, said it before, say it again, support, even if that's just a like on the stream, sub on the YouTube, follow on Twitch. Or just showing up again next time. We appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Game 3, best of 5. What do we have happen now on Sandworm? I wonder if ByuN has a way to kind of up the ante, up the aggression, maybe try and actually win a game a little bit earlier in the game rather than... I mean it's tough because I think MaxPax plays such a secure style, especially because he's being taken the later third base and the the earlier tech structures instead. TC will go onto the natural here, so we set that up. Next is the Cybercore coming through. We're just going to be having ourselves the probe coming about, the Global Command coming in. There's the assimilator dropping down onto the main base currently. And yeah, the Adept and the Warp Gate both coming through. Had that Nexus, had that assimilator on. Let's have ourselves a factory and the reactor continue to come in as well. So a little bit of setting up, a little bit of getting going. Why is MaxPax refusing to mine gas? So my take on it would be that I think MaxPax probably got into a position in this game where the problem is if you're mining gas, like a lot of the reasons MaxPax survived through a lot of bad fights was he had instantaneously just so many zealots available to be warped in, right? the moment you start setting up to warp in less zealots on the back of those kind of moments, because you're trying to build more tech units, might just be the moment that ByuN breaks through your army so much sooner. So it might seem crazy, you know, why not just mine more gas and just have more tech units available to be built? But is that also not a moment where, with less zealots, you kind of lose the buffer that has been keeping you alive in a lot of the trickier situations? That would be my kind of view on it, and obviously maybe it was just a misread and he felt like it was going to be fine, and obviously it was not in the end, but I think there's a reason why you have so much reliance on those zealots, because the power of your play is being able to warp in a ridiculous number of zealots, and it's not easy to maintain that level of warp in when you're taking fights as frequently as you're taking. It's not like they're maxing out, waiting to build up money, and then going to fight, and it's just like, boom, 15 zealots, boom, 10 more. It's like these warp-ins are happening while you're fighting somewhat consistently, so you don't have the time to really just bank up money, so you've got to rely on their income. Like I say, I mean, like I say, like, it's not like, you know, mine gas is bad. You know, what if instead of like 15 zealots, you warp in 8 zealots and 2 archons? That's great until the 2 archons get EMP'd, right? And that's the thing, I think a lot of Protoss tech units really work better in numbers. You know, with Protoss tech units, like, 1 Colossus doesn't save you in a fight. 1 Disruptor usually doesn't save you in a fight, right? Yes, sometimes those units have those miracle moments. Typically, you need more of those units, and there was never really the slowdown period in that game to really build up to that good number of tech units again, right? Once ByuN had removed a lot of those tech units on the map, yeah, sometimes MaxPax got back to a couple of Colossus, but another fight happened, and they kind of got reset down again. So if you put a little bit more investment into trying to get more of those tech units out, do you not just have the same thing, but then you snowball harder? Like yeah, he got to a couple Colossus, but just adding 2 Archons to those couple Colossus, is that enough? I don't think so. So, yeah. That would be my take on it. I don't necessarily think it's a mistake to be so mineral heavy. I think you probably feel like you need to be super mineral heavy to survive through those kind of moments. Obviously, you know, looking back on it, maybe it would have been cool to see him try being a bit more gas mining. I do think it's tough. Because, like I say, so much of what keeps you alive in those situations is just that wall of zealots. Like, it's so frustrating as a Terran. I called it obnoxious earlier. And it really is. It feels like you're winning a fight and they just warp in 15 zealots. You're like, bro, like, it takes me forever to, you know, to kill those. Like, I can't move through those for literally a significant period of time. Like, it feels so unfair. But the cost of that is that all they're building is zealots. And so if you back away and get a few more units up, that should create a better trade for you as the Terran. And so you just have to slowly kind of take that approach over time. As tell you what, in this game, ByuN is setting up with no starport, 3 barracks, and he's just going to send it with a marine tank SCV pull. I asked, can he do something a bit more aggressive here? Can he do something a bit more kind of feisty? This is against a robo-based opener, so we're not going to have Blink Micro. We're going to have 1 Immortal, a Colossus on the way. MaxPax is going to realize this about now. In the long term, this is very good for MaxPax because 1 Colossus, you know, Colossus should absolutely shred the Marines. The problem is going to be is that, can you survive through this initial wave of Marines? Against this right now, we've got a handful of Zealots. The Marines do not stim just yet. The tanks are in good position. And with only 1 Colossus showing up, the tanks are going to be extremely good at zoning out that Colossus as well. Now, the issue for ByuN is that this is all in. This is super committed, so this is not just about killing the third. After this third base, you've got to get across to the natural and go from there as well. So I would not even mind if he unsieges those tanks and starts pushing up aggressively, because this third base is just the starting point. It's not the objective. It's scary, though, because you can obviously see that Colossus there. You want to respect that. You do not want to let that do too much. The tanks are going to siege now. The Marines are finally going to show their stim. Good step back from MaxPax. He's controlling this very well. The supply block's going to hurt, but he does have Colossus number 2 on the way. Obviously, every stim hurts right now because it's permanent damage. You do not have medevacs to heal those Marines back up and to bring them back to health. You're so reliant on these siege tanks. And we're going to start setting up some missile turrets too. So right now, you're just doing as much as you can in this current state with these SCVs, with these tanks. Going to start bunkering up this position because now you're going to hold your opponent on their natural. And that could be good enough. Getting into this kind of a place could be huge for you. Gateways are going down as well in this position. As ByuN is going to not be able to get rid of that robo facility in time. He's going to put some damage onto that Colossus, but should just pull back. Keep these Marines alive. Let the tanks do their thing. You're reinforcing behind this. We've got a few Zealots actually shutting down some reinforcements, which is a nice touch. As here we go. MaxPax is actually going to pull the probes. He's going to send it. These tanks must target fire effectively here. They need to get rid of the Colossus. Gets rid of 1. Save the Marines as the second Colossus goes down, hopefully. A lot of Marines left over here. The Immortal going to try and get rid of some more of the tanks, but it's not going to be good enough at all for MaxPax, especially when you consider the probe pull. He is going to fall down and die to this push of ByuN. as Marines, with still no healing available, are going to be, for now at least, good enough. And that will end this game. ByuN is going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 over MaxPax, and that is one to swing the tables around in his favor for sure. Because that's a real momentum breaker compared to the games we've seen previously as well. So ByuN comes in with the no starport, pure Marine tank push, and hits MaxPax before he's able to get enough strength up. And again, you feel like the Colossus is an answer to that because it's Marine heavy, right? And the Marines don't even have combat shield, and there's no healing for them. But the tanks, if they're in position, can zone those Colossus so well. Great identification from ByuN that something like that could work. Executes it very well. There was a really important moment where he pulled the Marine. It looked like the Marines were just in free runaway mode, and they were, because there was the moment the two Colossus were approaching. And you just had to get the hell away with those Marines, because those Marines just had to live. Once the Colossus were down, get those Marines back in the fight. But those Marines would disappear so quickly if he lets two Colossus touch them. So that was a great moment from ByuN. That was a really kind of, I think, critical moment in the time. Because I do think if those Colossus hit the Marines in that time, that probably doesn't go the same way. What is the answer to that? You probably give up the third base a little bit more quickly. He lost a few units trying to hit the third initially. You maybe get Zealots around the back sooner to shut down reinforcements, because one of the things you're not good at with that army, because you have charge as MaxPax, charge is going to let you trade very well against Marine tank reinforcements, but we did get some reinforcements across before MaxPax was able to shut those down. And then it's just about buying time, and I think he kind of pulled the trigger a bit too soon. Maybe he panicked. I mean, obviously bunkers and turrets come up, it's going to become more difficult as well. But maybe if you can shut down reinforcements and then you pick a fight coming in from all angles with the charge lots, that's probably going to be your better answer. But he didn't really get any of that going for himself, and he picked the fight out the natural, where he didn't have any of his own stack defense able to come into play. As with a lot of these things, it's kind of identifying it early as well, and I also think MaxPax didn't really know about it anywhere near soon enough. Like, he didn't realize just what ByuN was doing, so his preparation, there was no batteries there nearby to heal the Colossus, because you can bring the Colossus into the fight, fire, pull them back to the batteries, and they're healthy again, you know? If you don't have batteries, you can't do that as well, which makes it so much more difficult for you to really utilize your tech units. And if your tech units are truly just being zoned out, it's always going to be tough. You just got to remember that ByuN is super all in with that, because he pulled all of the SCVs on the natural. So yeah. Best of 1. No, best of 5, sorry. I just haven't... I'm just busy chatting away about the last game still, so I didn't think about setting the score. Interesting game. Fun little build from ByuN. Something a little bit different. Able to take the third game here. And now, ByuN is a map away from a huge win. Like I say, he won the very first WardiTV Monday before it was really established that MaxPax and Clem would play in all of these things, and since then it's been obviously super MaxPax and Clem focused, and Hero as well. But yeah, ByuN wins this one. That'd be a wild result. Just like I say, it's always wild whenever one of the big three don't win these things. Next is coming down. Just going to see our probe moving over, as we will see the CC, the factory refinery, all coming through just for now. Adept is going to step about. Again, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming through. Twilight Council and the Nexus building up for the moment. Factory CC and the Marines building as well. Continue to bring that straight into play. Marines will sit, and then Adept will get shot at. Strip that away. A couple of Marines will get it, and Adept goes down. Gonna be a nice start from ByuN. As MaxPax going to drop a pause, yes, momentarily. Hopefully nothing too major. Maybe just a quick BRB. Just a quick lag spike or so. What server are we on, actually? West. So it's been Central, West, Central, West. So ByuN has server preference here for this game 4. It doesn't mean if ByuN loses here, it's server preference for MaxPax in a game 5. So keep that in mind as well. Thank you, go. Nothing too major. And we get turrets. So back on track we go, as we get ourselves into this game number 4. Adept going to try and come through where his brother already fell. Because, yeah, what's up, Pulsar? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Welcome back for 15. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, the StarCraft, and the tournaments. Depth comes into the natural here. Just going to shade on by. Cyclone, the Marines coming up. Blink and the Warp Gate coming online. Robo Facility Gateway coming through too. So we can get all of that built into play for a few moments right now. Get that set up just initially. And the Cyclone gathering around. The Marines and the Siege Tank gathering together as well. Tech Lab coming through, the barracks coming about, the SCV still building. That Adept is going to shade by toward the natural, toward the main base. Again, just seeing the Cyclone locking on, chasing the Adept away. Adept will fall. So, Adept going down. Again, barracks, tank, Marines, stim. All of that continues through for the moment as the Cyclone gets across to the far left. For now, it's just going to take that straight over. Coming through, a couple of gates coming about, probes coming in as well, so we just get that going right now. Charge coming through, get settled in for these early stages. A few Marines straight up into that bunker as well. Siege Tank is going to be gathering about. Stim Pack, Combat Shield, and +1 coming through too. And we got all those upgrades coming by. Just going to get ourselves the Stalkers gathering just out the front. ByuN obviously about to hit those bio upgrades. Max Pack's just on his way to the charge, going into a lot more gateways now as well as that hallucination. Just trying to see what's up in the main. Going to be a well, it's interesting because it's got vibes of the last game because there's no starport. But there's actually going to be Stim and Combat Shield and +1 this time. So a bit of a different way of setting up. Immortal starts up from Max Packs. It's going to be very interesting because he's going to be very gateway heavy this time. And here comes the SCV pull from ByuN as he begins to move across the map here on El Dorado. So away we go. Stepping straight over. And tanks are going to be sieging, able to siege up. They're going to be able to do a lot of zoning. Batteries on the way from Max Packs too. There's a very dangerous space out the front of Max Packs' base where you can kind of sit between, like basically siege up the natural ramp and do a lot from there. These force fields are going to have a lot to say as well. They can do a lot of time buying. Cyclone gets another grab, one of the main benefits of having that. I don't hate this fight for ByuN, honestly, so far. Those Zealots can't get involved. The tanks obviously have to siege, but they're just going to unsiege and step forward. We have gotten rid of some of the SCVs, but the army supply from ByuN definitely feeling pretty favored at the moment. One tank will siege up. We'll just see the tanks continue to siege as well. The Immortal, they're going to get blasted. Uh-oh, Max Pax is in trouble. Bunkers will come down, and more than anything, these bunkers just create a safe space where it's going to be very, very difficult for you to kind of come forwards and just, you know, attacking with those Zealots. And these Zealots on the bottom side are going down too. ByuN, is he about to make some WardiTV Monday history by winning himself a second WardiTV Monday? No one has done this apart from Max Pax, Hero, and Clem. No one else has won 2 of these tournaments. ByuN is maybe just one fight away from doing it. Here we go. The Zealots do find a way in from the right-hand side. The Stalkers have to blink in. And Max Pax is going to say GG. He does not have an answer for the SCV pull for 2 games in a row. And ByuN is going to win the WardiTV Mondays. Like I say, the only player, apart from Max Pax, Clem, and Hero, to ever win 2 of these in 33 editions. ByuN gets it done. He beats Max Pax in the finals to do it as well. And ByuN actually looked really good. He looked really good against Solar earlier today as well. And I like it. After the couple of games he played earlier, I was getting a little worried. It's like, I just don't think this style is sustainable for a best of 5. And then games 3 and 4, he's like, cool, that's okay, Wardy. I'm not going to sustain this style through games 3, 4, and 5. And he does something completely different that Max Pax struggles to answer. And with the struggle to answer that, GG's get called, and that will be that. ByuN takes it. Alright, GG's. That does in fact wrap us up then for today's WardiTV Mondays. Alrighty guys, alrighty. Thanks so much for joining us. It has been an absolute pleasure. Obviously we had a little bit of a weird one with some tournament clashes today, but that's all good. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed. Thank you for the raid Harstem coming in just before we wrap up the stream. Impeccable timing as always. Sorry, just laughing with ByuN a little bit as he wins this one. Has a couple words to say. As yes, we wrap it up. All right, guys, I appreciate you all. What a great day of StarCraft 2. Thank you for the raid at the end, Harstem. I will spread the love and pass you guys on to someone else in a few moments' time. As yeah, that is going to be it for us today. Tomorrow I'm off. I'm likely not going to stream Wednesday as well, guys, and I will probably be here Thursday, Friday with GSL qualifier replays, and then I'm here one of the days on the weekend. I'm not here on the other. I'm not sure which way around that's going to be yet. What did ByuN say? Well, I just messaged ByuN. I was like, question mark. I was like, ByuN God, ... And ByuN just laughs and he says, long time no see, ... champion. And I said, you know, the Monday champion is the best champion. And he found that funny too. So. Couple moments of having some fun with the players. Always good. Yeah, really cool. It's the first time someone not named Hero, Clem, or MaxPax has won this tournament since November. Since Edition 10. It's taken 23 tournaments for someone outside of those three to win it. It's actually a really crazy statistic. Like, it's actually wild just how convincing Hero, Clem, and MaxPax are. And don't get me wrong, obviously Hero and Clem didn't play today. We can't count that against ByuN. It's not his fault they didn't play. And he still beat MaxPax in the finals, which I actually did not think was going to happen. I thought ByuN was going to be really struggling against MaxPax today. I feel like MaxPax has been actually really looking great lately. What is ByuN and MaxPax's history before today, actually, in recent times? ByuN, 3-1. Oh, no, that was today. Lost 1-0. Actually beat MaxPax 3 weeks ago in the Pigasaur Cup. MaxPax, it's been a bit back and forward, but mostly in best of ones. And before then, MaxPax had been dominating ByuN since November of last year, so... I'm not too far from my assessment that generally MaxPax favored. And a best of 5, I think that was going to be tough for ByuN, but hey, he got it done. Guys, before we wrap up today, I want to mention the WardiTV 2025 series once again. If you ! 2025 in the Twitch or YouTube chat, you'll get the link through to our crowdfunder, which also conveniently has all the information about the 2025 series, so even if you just want to have a read through, check out that page. We've been getting some love throughout the day, and we are up to 55% of our initial funding goal. We've passed the £4,000 mark. 55% probably means we're about $5,500 deep on the crowdfunding. So thank you so much, everyone that's been supporting this. Again, if you enjoy StarCraft 2, you want to support more tournaments, and you want to support the players and give them tournaments to play and put money into players' pockets, which will keep them playing StarCraft and allow us to keep watching tournaments, check out this crowdfunder for our 2025 series. 100% of your donations will go directly to prize pools, same as how we do it on Patreon, where 100% of pledges on Patreon go to prize pools. 100% of your pledges here will go into the 2025 series, featuring the WardiTV European League, Korean Royale Season 4, Fall Frenzy, which will be a new tournament we'll talk about later down the line, the Summer Championship, and of course our end-of-year 2025 Championship as well. This is a crowdfunder where it really is just a case of the more support we get, the more we can do for the players, and the more we can do for StarCraft 2. We're going to aim to capitalize on this opportunity. If we get some bigger and better events, it allows us to push more with ad revenue and so on. It allows us to get some better return of investment on the event as well. And if we can do that, then we can obviously run more tournaments from the WardiTV coffers as well. So it's about, again, getting behind it. The more support, the better. The more we get, the more we can do. And again, the main message is we just want to support the players, and that is our #1 overall goal. So do check out the WardiTV 2025 series crowdfunding campaign on Indiegogo. Again, ! 2025 in the Twitch or YouTube chat will give you that link. And let's keep it going. Like I say, we've got 38 days left to crowdfund for this one. That's the goal I gave myself. I said we'll start for 40 days straight, and that's what we're doing. So get behind it. Like I say, there's never too much support because it's all going into the pockets of StarCraft 2 players. So do check that out. And again, that's the one big takeaway I want to send to you guys. Obviously, as usual, like and subscribe, etc. But please check out the crowdfunder. And if you can't afford to support, no worries. Just come back, keep on watching the streams, keep on watching the games, spread the love, mention it to people. There's a lot you can do without spending money that goes a long way to supporting these events as well. So, yeah. Alright, guys. That is my sellout spiel to wrap the day up on. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And we'll be back with more StarCraft 2 action on Thursday, most likely. I think I'm probably going to take Tuesday and Wednesday off. I've only had 2 days off in the entirety of April, so I'm going to take a couple more right at the end here before we get into May. And like I say, when we come back on Thursday, we're probably going to be doing a GSL qualifier stream. We got the replay pack for that. I'm sure a bunch of people have casted it before then, but I can't stream tomorrow. Wednesday's a bit weird for me, so we'll probably just come back and do GSL qualifiers Thursday, Friday. And yeah, we'll figure out what we're going to do Saturday or Sunday as well. I think one of those days I'm doing a Helen and Ellie day. The other day we'll figure out maybe a little event or something as well, though. So that's what's going on, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, see you guys in a couple of days. Don't be too sad without me until then. It's very rare I go offline. I'm like, I won't see you guys tomorrow. I'm feeling a little bit weird about it. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'll send you guys over to someone on Twitch. I'll raid someone in a few minutes when the ads are done playing. Obviously, we will just run some ads on the tail end of this, guys. Those ads do go a long way to helping support the channel as well. That's how we can obviously afford to do some of the tournament investing from our side as well. So, thanks so much for watching, and I will see you guys on Thursday. I might be here Wednesday. I'm not 100% certain Wednesday yet, but definitely on Thursday. Alright, guys. Bye.